Hello. Hello. Am I? Can y'all hear me? Hopefully y'all can hear me. Oh gosh, is there no, oh, there is no background music. Oh no. I definitely thought I set that up beforehand. Sorry guys, I'm back. I'm back from a long trip. So it's been a while since I've done literally anything. Hello. This is completely unprompted. I am straight up only doing the stream because I wanted to build this this keyboard. Oh crap. Hang on just 1 second. Okay. You guys should be hearing music now, hopefully. Okay, hang on. Let me figure things out. Oh my god, my headphones are so loud. Oh, no wonder why. They're set at 100%. Hopefully it's not that loud for you guys. I've been trying to figure out the balance for music versus my voice. So let me know if one is too quiet or too loud. Someone, I think it was Zeb, was telling me that the sound was fine. However, when I watched the VOD, it did seem a little loud. So I did make some adjustments. Hopefully this is a little better. What is my camera doing? I don't know. I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off because I definitely decided to do this stream 100% last minute, like maybe an hour ago. That is in fact what happened. I was like, I want to build this keyboard, but should I stream? Maybe not, but I want to build this keyboard. Okay, hi. Okay, let me get myself settled in. Hang on, I have to grab what we're building today. I gotta hoist it off the shelf. Let me go get it and then I'll do my proper introductions and say hello to everyone and catch up with chat. 1 second. Okay, hello guys. Lumi, you need a nail redeem. I want to peep the claws, BB. So I considered doing that, but how would I do that? You guys get them for free. You get the claws for free. This is my new manicure. I literally got it done yesterday because your girl was looking hit after the vacay. Okay, so I had to go ahead and get these done. I'm not as fond of the line work on them. I feel like the brushes were too thick, so it didn't come off the way I wanted, but I don't think it looks bad. Yes, hand check. Ooh, ah. Here we go. All of those things. Hi, everyone. If you have never been here before, I am Luminous Peak, your friendly neighborhood fae. exploring Earth and figuring out what you humans are up to, what you guys do for fun, and showing off my hobbies. You gotta get them claws for hand cam streams. At this point, that's kind of why I continue doing it. Originally, it was supposed to be a break from me painting my own nails, because I usually paint my own nails. But finding time to do it was like tough, and when you're working with keyboards that are made of all aluminum, like I would break my nails like a lot, like a lot. And while I don't mind, you know, the optics aren't as clean. Okay, let me catch up with chat. I've been gone for like a whole week. It's been more than a week since I've streamed, so I didn't want to keep you guys waiting either. Congratulations to first. Go Lemon. Krisu's in second, and I assume 180 is third because I saw your tweet. Oh shoot, you know what I didn't do? I did not post the link to Twitter for my stream. Let me do that real quick. You know what? Hang on. Let me... We're gonna do this real quick. And then, if my neighbor will stop stomping upstairs, I will change my profile pic to my live avatar. I knew I was forgetting something. I almost got everything off of my checklist. Very close, very close. Okay, I'm on data at work, but I just had to be here. You are so sweet, Lemon. I don't know how long I have you here, but I hope that you have fun. I haven't seen that copy pasta in a minute. Yes, I took care of that. Doge hype to the list of banned words. Probably. Yes, confirmation. The full 180 redeemed third. Congratulations to our gold, silver, and bronze, which is my personal favorite color of the trio. Thanks for coming to stream at such last minute. Literally, I'm so flattered. Carissa, are you streaming tonight? I know you're still recovering from your voice, but I wasn't sure if you were gonna try it. Not loud enough to burst my eardrums. No. Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up. Let's see, I got some data left. I'm going on staycation from work on Thursday, so I can use this data up. Hi, 16-bit. How are you? Thank you for dropping by to say hello. There was no huffing and puffing when I went to go grab the keyboard today. Okay, so as per usual, if you want to know what I'm building today, even though it's in the title, if you want more deets about how I'm building it out, feel free to hit that exclamation point build command. You can also hit the exclamation point today command. I'm pretty sure I updated those. I usually try to be pretty good about that, even if it makes me late to stream. Okay, so most of the people who are here today, it seems, are... You're gonna hold off till tomorrow? The voice is better, but still a little scratchy. Okay. I'm glad that you're making the smart decision. Let me unplug this beauty. For anyone who doesn't know or who's just lurking, this is the newest baby, Drid, D-R-I-D. I name my keyboards because I'm a crazy keyboard lady. And we built him before I went on vacation. I guess it was a vacation. It kind of wasn't a vacation. I still had to work. I'll talk about it a little bit. But this is the Array 65 keyboard by Parallel Unlimited. It's got these cool chroma motifs on them. Looks fun. It was fun. It was a time, let me tell you. But mostly good. What I can say is I'm glad to be back where the air isn't as dry and I don't have to like gulp down a gallon of water every hour to feel like I can speak to someone for a length of time. Okay, let me figure out everything we need. As per usual, we're gonna start with the stabilizers. However, comma, I do want to show off the big boy. Oh my gosh, there's so much shit that came with this keyboard. So many options. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. Okay. We like moist air over here, baby. It's true. It's true. Okay. I need my air like I like my women. Wet. Moist. Anyway, this is the Heracles80, which is the build we're gonna be doing today. I can feel the weight on my wrists. My God. And the back. It's so unfortunate because the quality control sent out a message basically saying that the cloth that was sent with this stains the aluminum for some reason. There's something about how it came off post-production and they were doing packing, so I just have to deal with this imperfection on my freaking board. And I mean, like, it's okay, but it's not ideal, you know what I mean? Yeah, needs some wetness here as well on all accounts, yeah. Okay, let me put this bad boy back in the box. I think that this is a fairly straightforward build tonight, y'all, so hopefully I won't have to do too many extra things. I think we just take the case apart. I think this is a gasket build, so there might be like some strips to put on to suspend it in the case, and then after we put everything together, like that's just about it. Also, I'm a dummy, and I definitely left the switches I'm putting in this build today. I like that it's Heracles over Hercules, more like Huncules, yes. So I'm definitely not naming this board Heracles because, I mean, the model name is Heracles. However, I like personalizing the names of my boards. Sometimes I'll do like puns that are related to the model name if I like it well enough. So for example, I have a board that hasn't been delivered yet, but it's coming. And the colorway is called Sunny because it has like that sort of egg yolk yellow, kind of like this on it. And I decided to name that board Solora because there's, you know, soul, sun, sunny type things. But I wanted to pick a Greek name for this one. And I think I have it settled already. I'm pretty sure the name of this board is going to be Sagaritis. But we'll see. I'm going to double check my list and make sure. I was throwing around some names today. But okay, give me 1 second to BRB. Hercules, yes. Give me 1 second to BRB and get those switches, and then we will get started. Okay, everybody. I totally lied. I have to double check the builds guide real quick for this, because there's some extra parts that came in the box, and I want to make sure that I've got everything that I need. So let's see. Let's see. We've got the layout for this bad boy. But is there a build guide? Maybe there isn't. Support. I think that's just for like delivery stuff. Firmware. So it's definitely not on their Discord. I probably don't need it. I just want to make sure that I'm not overlooking anything. Let's see. Do I have to plug my baby back in? I think I do. So that I'm not just reaching over the screen. Give me one quick second to see if there's a build guide for this. I doubt it. I'm pretty sure it's just as I'm sure that it's just as simple as I think it is, but I just am paranoid and want to make sure after the fiasco with the Snake 60. At this point, I'm just like, hey, are there any tricks? Let's see. There's a build guide that they posted on YouTube. Okay, let's see. Yes, doing the stabs. That's pretty easy. And then you just put the switches in. Them's are the gaskets. Okay. This guy is looking at the weight, but I don't have to do that. Plug it in the JST. Okay, so it doesn't seem like anything in particular is different about this. Oh, I think we do actually have to take the weight off to take the board apart. But it seems like that's all I have to do. So everything else is fine. Okay, this is fine. There is nothing weird going on here. I guess they just have extra parts for people who want to like customize their stuff. I don't need it. Okay. We're good. I had checked the build video and guide, or at least one of them, last week before I went on vacation, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, so I wanted to go over some of the stuff that comes in the box just for people who might actually want like a full review of the board. So, before anything else, it came with so many foams. So many different types of foam. You can do so many things with these different types of foams. This looks like bottom case foam. This is another version of bottom case foam that fits to the PCB instead of just the bottom case. And it's got these cutouts for the hot swap. This is a PE sheet, I think, that goes on the PCB. Basically, it's also known as a switch pad, so it helps to dampen the sound. I'm not sure if I want to use it. We'll figure it out. And then we have normal plate foam. So you can foam this sucker up if that's what you want to do. I'm not sure if I'll be adding all of the foams, so we'll make those decisions when we get there. So they gave us an Allen key. I assume that this is probably for the daughter board. which is right here. They put the daughter board and these shims together, but I don't think that we need them today. So they came with these, some of these extra screws. I assume that these are for if you want to try the top mounting style, maybe, because I know that there's a couple different ways you can put this together. There's the gaskets. Oh my gosh, Aura! Oh, hello. Hi, Raiders. Oh shoot, I did. Why are my alerts not doing the alert thing? Oh no, I'm so sad. I could have possibly missed it. That is also possible. Hello. My name is Luminous Peak, and I do chill streams where I play cozy games, and also I build keyboards. Keyboard build is what's happening today. So I was just explaining some of the pieces that came in the package. And just to wrap it up, we've got some standoffs, which is basically if you want your keyboard to have like a harder feel, you can use these. And then these are the feet. So there's lots and lots of customizable parts here. Thank you for bringing your friends to me. I appreciate you trusting me with your audience. I'm here with my cup of tea. That's my hydrate. And we're building the Heracles80, which is a monster beast of a keyboard. Let me pull it out real quick to show all of you lovely raiders. Okay. Whew, it's heavy. This is the Heracles80. Oh. Let me actually, oh frick, I gotta do the shout out thing. I will do that in just a moment. Oh my gosh. And here is the back, which is what I actually love about this keyboard. It has this nice titanium weight with all these cool designs on it. This keyboard was named after the legendary Greek hero Heracles, so these are supposed to represent some of his feats. The grunts give it away. I wasn't grunting up until now. I had to reach all the way down to grab it. Leave me alone. Leave me alone, 16-bit. Oh, crap. Okay. Actual keyboard that is functioning and not waiting to be put together. Here we go. For anyone who doesn't know Aura Opal Shine, she is a lovely streamer that also has been doing a lot of comfort and comfy streams recently. But generally, it's just very fun watching her go back and forth with her friends on back and forth with her friends on stream while they're playing anything. She plays a pretty wide variety of games, to be honest. Let's see. Hopefully I spelled this correctly. I say that every time. I just don't trust myself. Yes. Please give her a follow. She is magnificent. She has a lovely voice, and she is a lot of fun to watch. If you're curious about the information for this build, you can hit ! keyboard. It'll give you all the info about this board, what the name of the board is, what's in the board. Feel free to ask me any questions. If you want to know about what we're building today, ! build is the command that you would hit. Ugh. Okay. So we're just at the beginning, like the very, very beginning of the work. So basically that's stabilizers. And to explain what stabilizers are, they are basically the long wires that go under your very long keys. So you think your space bar, your backspace, your left shift, all of those long keys have to have a stabilizer under them to keep them straight. So that your keys don't wobble when you touch them. This is a PCB, which is basically the circuit board that the mechanical keyboard uses. This is a specifically thin one. It is super thin. It is 1.2 millimeters, which is less than the usual 1.6. That 4 millimeters makes a difference. Ah, yes, there are my alerts. Hi, thank you for the follow. Emperor Wisteria is such a cool name. So yeah, you can see the traces on here and how they have it laid out. The trace running on some of these PCBs, like, is so beautiful, honestly. It truly is actually an art to design these. And I partially enjoy putting them together because you get to see the artistry and the creation of the thing. It's really cool. So we're not quite working with this yet. I just wanted to take it out and show it. We have to prep and lube our stabilizers first. So I'm going to tell you the same thing I tell everyone else that comes to my streams. This is a sus hobby, okay? Keyboarding is very sus. It is very lewdsome. We are lubing all of the things to make everything be smooth, so that when things go into the things, they go up and down and they push in and out very smoothly. That is it. So just get all the jokes out now, make all the jokes, because that's just what this hobby is at this point. There's no there's no denying it. Okay, let me get this back in the bag and then I can actually get started with the stabs. Okay, here we go. Yay, lubing time for switch happy time. Yes. I will show off the switches that I'm putting in this build. These are called, so first of all, for anyone who doesn't know anything about keyboards, at least in a mechanical keyboard, switches are the buttons that you're pressing down on underneath your keycaps. So these are custom ones that I got for this build. These are called Azure Dragon V2s. So they have kind of like a translucent, almost like baby bluish top. There we go. Sorry, I was out of focus. And then they have this dark deep blue bottom and this sort of like, I don't know, Tiffany blue top here. So far as I know, these are tactile. There are 3 different types of switches, which are tactile, which have a bump. That's what these are. Basically, you can't see it, but when you press down, there's a little bit of bounce and feedback to typing. If you've had a normal sort of like gaming keyboard, brown switches are what these would be the equivalent of. Then there's linears. Linears just go smoothly up and down. Those are the types that usually gamers prefer to use. And that would be the equivalent of like a red switch in a normal gamer keyboard. And then the third type is clickies. Now, because clickies have that physical click when you push down, most people know them as blue switches. So like if you have a Corsair or a Logitech or something like that, it's called a blue switch. Now, most people think that because you can feel the bar clicking when you press down on it, that a clicky switch is the same as like a tactile with some extra stuff on it. But actually, a clicky switch is a linear switch that has a bar on the inside to create that click sensation and sound. So that's interesting. Okay, so let's get going with the stabs. Sorry if I seem a little uncoordinated. I literally decided to stream last minute because I didn't want to go another day without having this keyboard. Super impromptu. I was just like, hey, I'm going to go live, and then decided to do that. So these stabilizers, there are different brands of stabilizers. There are different qualities of stabilizers. And I won't bore you with those details. But I will give you the name of this particular brand in case anyone is looking. So these are Wuque Studios stabilizers. Wuque is spelled W-U-Q-U-E. So without further ado, we're just going to dive in and actually start getting these lubed. Usually this is the part where I just sort of go on without a script, or I answer questions about like the lubing process if anybody has any. So I'm gonna take out my tools. Last week, I was kidnapped. No, I'm just kidding. But I was asked very last minute to go to Vegas. So impromptu vacation, question mark? It was a strange situation. To be completely honest with you, it was a strange situation. What kind of screws are these like Phillips screws or are these hex screws? Let's look and see. These are Phillips. Okay, so never mind on these, I guess. Let's see. I don't have to lube my switches at all. These are great. And it was me who kidnapped her. Dun dun dun. Okay. I need my 205 lube. I'm sorry, I have like a whole drawer full of tools that I use for this that I keep nearby. I'm sorry, you definitely just heard it clang like. I opened it up too forcefully. Let's see, is my lubing brush. We're gonna need this second type of lube. There's a lot of lube involved here, guys. Different things need different lube. So I usually have at least 3 or 4 on my person at all times. I'm the lube carrying queen. Okay. We're gonna take out these tweezers. And I think that's all that I need today. My brain is very discombobulated, so I might have to dig back in the bag, but I think I have everything. So, to explain what I'm doing first for any newcomers who may be curious, pretty much there's 2 parts to the stabilizers, right? 2 main parts anyway. So you have the housings and the wires. And if you've been to my streams before, you know exactly what I'm about to say. So let's just go through the demonstration, right? You have these long boy pieces here, and then you have these short pieces here. So basically what we're gonna do is lubricate the inside of the long pieces and the outside of the short pieces. And then we're gonna put the short pieces into the long pieces. Basically, like, let's see if I can actually get this in there. Basically like, ah, crap. Work with me pieces. Okay. So yeah, it goes inside of it like that. And that's basically how you put the stab together. Then, after we do that, the wire goes in through this top area right here. And we snap it in place. And that's, if we do that twice, one for one side of the wire, one for the other side of the wire, that's pretty much how we put stabs together. That's like a very loose sort of thing. You know what I could have done tonight instead of streaming? Was set up my new camera that's supposed to have better focus, but that's not what happened at all. Okay. So these are wires, so I'm not going to deal with these until later. I should not have put my PCB away because I need to look and see how many of these I need. The size of this keyboard is a TKL. TKL means 10 keyless. Lube the inside of the male part and the inside of the female part tracks. Why are you like this? Hi, Shalacard. Hello, hello. How did your Twilight Princess stream go yesterday? I opened it up and then immediately fell asleep. So like, okay. I do lack focus today though, 180, I do. Okay, so basically there are different sizes to keyboards, and a 100% keyboard has all the keys that you would expect to have, including like the numpad, and basically the names for the different sizes. It's going fine, lol, I got lost, oh no. I forgot my train of thought. Oh my god, okay. So a 100% has all the keys that you would expect. That's like 104 keys. You've got the numpad, maybe some media stuff up here. And then you've got your navigation, your home, page up, page down, and that kind of thing. So the names for the other sizes basically have to do with how many percent of the keys are still actually on the board. So this is a TKO. It means it has everything except the numpad. So this is where your page up, page down, home, and kind of thing would be. And normally the number pad would be here in this section. So we know that there's more than 10 keys on the number pad, but because most people remember the numbers 1 through, you know, like 9 and then 0, they just call it a 10 key list. So this says everything except the numpad. So that means we need 1, 2, frick. Oh my god. 3, 4, 5 stabilizers. So this is where the space bar would go. This is our left shift. This is our right shift, enter, and backspace. Now I can tell where the cuts for the stabilizers are. Why is it missing the number pad? Because that's too big. My desk is too small for that, and I don't want the number pad. I only use number pads for work. So I have one keyboard that has a number pad on it, and that's it. Come to think of it, I don't think I even have any separate just number pads, because you can buy and build those. My train of thought, right? So you can tell which holes are for the stabilizers, basically, because you have a larger hole aligned straight with a smaller hole. And if you see two sets of those across from each other, you know that that's where a stabilizer goes. So for the space bar, the gap is longer, but they're still parallel to each other. And then you can also find them here, here, and here. What did I need this for? Oh, I wanted to measure out how long the space bar is so that I know which size to use. There are different sizes for different space bars, and there are different standard sizes as well. Okay, this is a 7U, and that is too long. So the shorter one is more likely. I just want to double check to make sure it's not some weird non-standard size. And it isn't. Okay, so I know I'm using this wire for the space bar. And that helps a lot. So we're basically going to end up using 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so all of these smaller ones, 4 and 5. So I actually get the full use of all of these. That's pretty nice. Let me scroll up and read y'all shenanigans. We're very serious when it comes to proper lubing practices. We have to be around here. We have to be, okay? Lube is serious business. Too little or too much makes for poor performance and an unenjoyable experience. Okay, so I know that you're saying that like partially as a joke, like partially as like a hee hee ha ha sex time joke, right? But like it's true though. It's very true. They come in all shapes and sizes, but they all like lube the same. It's true. It's true. What is the point if we don't have good lubing practices? No one's gonna have a good time. It doesn't help that the lube like totally looks like congealed cum. I'm sure that there are a lot of like dude bros in their keyboard streams that just are kind of like, I don't want to make these jokes. I want to joke about these things with my audience. So they just try extra hard to just ignore the similarities. I'm so sure it happens. Nobody benefits from a poor fingering sensation. It's true. I like to tinkle my keys, if you know what I mean, you know. I don't know why I took this out. I definitely did not need this. I guess I'm used to just having to take my boards apart and put them back together. So my brain was like, you need this. Okay. I'm gonna move this a little bit to the side so I can feel a little less claustrophobic at my desk. Fingering is very important. It's true. It's true. Instead of asking what's your typing speed, I should just be like, what's your fingering speed? How fast do you finger the keys? Okay. So the way that I like to do these is all of one type at once. The long boys first, where I have to lube the inside, and then I do the other ones first. Or I'm sorry, second. Because since I'm lubing the outside of these smaller pieces here, I can do them one at a time and then put them together as I go. That way I get less of this on my fingers. Now when you're lubing, it's pretty simple to be honest. You just want to make sure you get a thin coat of lube on each of these sides. If you're trying to put a keyboard together yourself, I would say make sure that you thin out the amount of lube that is on your brush. What you don't want is to have globs of lube. Like if you look at this brush, you can't really, I mean, I know it's like not that well focused, but you can't see like super big globs of white like running down the brush. That is basically what you want. You want to run it thin enough that it's like a thin sheen of lube on the brush. And make sure it's like that on both sides, so you can get the most use out of it. You don't have to go back dipping back into the lube prematurely. And then, you know, just generally coat the inside very lightly. There are different types of stabilizers that are different types of colors. These are solid white, but usually the ones that I use are more translucent. So it's a little easier to see like the thin film of lube to know whether or not you've put too much on. Some people do like more lube than others, you know, it's personal preference. But what you don't want in any case is like globs of lube. If you can see like clusters of it on anything that you're lubing, it's too much. Like the lube should not have any other shape other than what you're putting it on. So that's actually important to remember. We talked about this during the last build, but if you over lube your stabs or your switches, because those can be lubricated as well, you end up having actual problems with the keys like coming back up after you press them. And they also sound like pretty disgusting, to be honest. 50 words of finger, baby. Oh my gosh, I was watching a video recently and I saw someone who had like a 120, 125 like typing speed. Goals, man, goals. I'm only averaging like maybe 90. On my worst days, it's like an 85. On my best days, it's like literally right at 100. So I would say I average 90. It does depend on the board too, because like the keycap shapes and everything like dictate how easily your arms and your hands are like operating on the keys, how far you have to press down, all of those things. Okay, but anyway, I'm getting distracted. Now that we've gone over the basics of lubing stabs, I'm gonna go ahead and finish lubing these while I talk about my little vacay. So I did post a few pictures on Twitter while I was gone, but for the most part, I was trying to, you know, like live in the moment, you know. I ended up going to Vegas. And it was very interesting. I've never been before, so this is the first time. And it was really fun. It's definitely like a very alive kind of city. You know what I mean? Like, if you've lived in like a big city where there aren't as many people, you know, like there are areas where like people don't live as much or people don't go as much or there aren't businesses in certain places. But like there's pretty much people every single place that you turn in Vegas. There's like some sort of cool like pop-up shop or business. There's all the casinos, obviously, but I'm not like really a gambling sort of person, so those didn't appeal to me as much. Honestly, I didn't do very much gambling, which I guess makes me like a bad Vegas tourist, I guess. That's what most people do. 100 words a minute? Yeah, 100 words a minute. I went to a couple of performances. I saw a really cool Cirque du Soleil performance. And then I also went to see a live performance from Penn and Teller, who I actually really love. Can't believe that they've been doing shows for as long as they have. It's been like, what, like 40 years or something? Crazy. They used to have a show on Netflix, I think, called Penn and Teller's Bullshit, where basically they look into the actual reasonings and processes behind like certain things that people don't usually question and try to answer the question of like whether or not it makes sense to still continue doing it and what like alternatives are. It was very interesting. It was like a behind the magic sort of show, but like in real life for real life things. Because, you know, like their stick is like they can figure out how people do magic tricks really quickly because they're masters of their craft and stuff. 100 words a minute, that's not bad at all. No, I don't think so. I just, you know, I wish I was better. I used to train myself in typing by typing up my stories that I would write out and like poetry for classes. But I don't know. I feel like I leveled out at some point. Also, man, there's like a Koreatown in Las Vegas. And it was great. I wanted to spend all of my time there. There was an onigiri place that basically, it wasn't traditional onigiri. They were kind of like deconstructed onigiri. So they kind of made them sort of like tacos almost. So you'd have like the sticky rice on the outside, and then you'd have the seaweed wrapper as the next layer, and then they'd have whatever, you know, like meat, vegetables, whatever type of, like it was almost a fusion with sushi. And then you would like fold it up taco style and eat it like that. Damn, I think I'm at like 75 for diction, but IDK what I am for free writing. Oh, for like dictation. Okay. Probably 3 words a minute. I'm the opposite. I'm much faster typing for free writing, like my free thoughts, instead of like transcribing. Sometimes I practice dictation type stuff by like typing what I'm hearing at the time, like if I'm bored or something, but it's not 3 words a minute though, Lemon. You already know it's not. Okay. So also, like, I'm not gonna hold you guys up. I got really high in Vegas, you guys. Those types of things are very legal there. And I wanted to try some like cool flavors. Like it's not illegal where I am, but there's like extra restrictions on getting your hands on things. But in Vegas, it's just like you can just roll as long as you're like 18 plus. They're just like, cool, welcome. Yeah. So listen, I just wanted to. So first of all, I had to work while I was here, while I was there. So it wasn't like a full vacation. So I just needed to be able to like kick back and relax after work. I am able to work remotely. I'm very lucky to have that sort of job. So I was able to go, but I still had to work. And because of the time difference, I had to work basically from very, very early in the morning to make like my normal appointments and things. So I just needed to de-stress. I ended up trying something that basically like it just had me laid out, like just very couch lock type beat, if you know what I'm saying. I specifically was trying to play Breath of the Wilds. And at one point I was not successful. Oh shoot. So I made it to explain. I made it to Goron City. Oh shoot, did I drop? Oh crap, I dropped that. Oh no, where did it go? Not today. Did it fall in my drawer? I hope so. I hope to God that's where it fell. Oh my God, no. I need that housing. Oh God. Where did it go? Hang on a second, guys. Let me see if I can find this. I bet it's in the drawer. And I just can't see it. I'm gonna have to dig it out. Oh God. My butter nails. They strike again. Okay, it definitely fell in the drawer, which is ideal. But now I have to dig in the drawer to find it, which is not ideal. Which section of the drawer did it fall into? Oh my God. Why are we here suffering like this? I literally need that piece. I literally actually need it. There's no way I can do this build without that. I mean, like, I have spare pieces I could grab, but jeez. I love how we go from drugs to, I mean... I wanted to relax while I was playing the game. I feel like that's a natural transition. It makes sense. It's not like you know, hit your little, you know, hit your little bust down, and then you just sit there and don't do anything. Like, the goal is to be relaxed while you do other things. I'm not gonna let you make this seem like it doesn't make sense. Okay, I found it. I found it. Thank God. I have to see if there's any, like, nasty hairs on it or something. Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. The camera just decided it was gonna move. Great. What is happening? What is happening with my office drawer right now? It is not office drawing. Oh, I see. My roomie's bottom drawer is stuffed full, so like I can't close mine. All right, great. Okay. So yeah, I was just, listen, I wanted to be able to relax while I was playing Breath of the Wild, okay? Absolutely used to do it while I shiny hunted back on the, yeah. But because, so like when you acquire, this was like a gummy sort of thing, right? So I go to take it. You don't really, when you get them in packs, they make them in batches, so you don't really know like how strong they're gonna be. When I tell you that first one was too much. It was too much. It was not the average that was supposed to be of each of the pieces of the bag. So I was just having a rough time. So in the game, you get to Goron City, right? Most people, if you've played a Zelda game, you know who the Gorons are. They're like rock people that live in like very hot climates, usually close to a volcano. So I had managed to already save in the city. And I had like used some fireproof potion to keep myself from literally lighting on fire. But there's a timer on the potion, right? And because at the time I was very high, my brain could not figure out the two separate pieces of information that I had bought the flame-proof armor. But because it's so weak when you first buy it and you have to level it up, there was no point to me in equipping it because I could just get got by literally any enemy in the vicinity, and I didn't want to do that. So my plan was to collect the quests, then go hunting to level up the armor, and then come back and be able to wear it, right? Which I feel like is reasonable. Get high, get burnt, I guess. Yeah. So obviously I'm out of it because the edibles were very potent, you know what I mean? So time is passing and apparently my brain is not processing it. And then suddenly I am on fire. And my brain was having such a rough time with understanding, like, why am I on fire? I have the fireproof armor. Why am I on fire? But obviously I wasn't wearing it. So I load the save and I'm like, okay, so obviously what just happened is I ran out of the timer for the flame-proof effect. So I'm just going to reload it and I'm going to pay extra attention this time. Guys, I think I reloaded that save like 3 or 4 times. The issue is I would get caught up collecting the quests and I would forget about the timer. And when I caught fire, my brain would just be like, okay, but why am I on fire? I have fireproof armor, but I was not wearing the fireproof armor, y'all. I had extra fireproof potions. I just was not thinking of drinking them in time to reset the timer. So, man, it was just a time. So this happened to me 3 or 4 times. And then I was like, you know, I think I should just put the game down for today. There's no reason why I should be struggling like this. I've barely got anything done. I've been on this screen for several minutes at a time. I've reloaded the save 3 times. I think it's just not gonna happen today. So I decided to pause the game and try to wait for some of the intensity to pass so that I could concentrate. But I definitely fell asleep instead. That is what happens. That is essentially what happens. Rumi is being extra loud, so I am gonna close the door. But yeah, that was me trying to play Breath of the Wild high. It was not productive. Okay. I did eventually actually play and get somewhere, but I just couldn't do it while I was high. Okay. So the casinos were very nice. There were a few that had like, so they all have like their own gimmicks and themes basically. So it comes down to, I mean, like all the gambling machines are basically the same. Like, I'm not gonna lie. So if you're into that, it really comes down to which ones you like the look and feel of. There are some unique restaurants in some of the casinos, which is kind of what I wanted to walk around and see. But for the most part, they're all kind of the same, more or less. There's like franchises that are like very popular, like restaurants and stuff like that, that are in each one. Seems legit, yeah. But there was it basically comes down to which gimmick you like or which like special thing related to the gimmick you want to see. So for example, there was a hotel slash casino, because they're all casino hotels. They're never just a casino. It's both. So there was one that was called the Flamingo Hotel and Casino, and they actually have like real flamingos there. Okay, so, oh crap. What I'm gonna do right now is make sure these are balanced wires. So basically you just wanna make sure that the wires are flat, and that when you tap on one side or the other, you don't get like a rattly sound. Because basically if they're rattling when you tap them without being in the keyboard, they're gonna rattle when you put them in the keyboard. And you don't want that. You do not want those rattly sounds. These are pretty well made stabilizers, and the goal of the make of these was to make it so that you don't have to make any adjustments to them. But I'm just testing them anyway instead of blindly, you know, going along with them, because sometimes one side is like more balanced than the other, that kind of thing. So this one has like a very, very slight tick. It's super duper slight. I think you guys can hear it though. I think the mic is picking it up. Flamingo pog pink animals are just pretty cool in general. Yes, they are. And they were cool. I snapped a couple of photos. I'll probably post them on Twitter. I think this side is probably the better side. Usually these short ones don't have any issues in most cases, at least if you get a good set of stabilizers. Usually the biggest issue is the space bar. Okay. So now that I know which sides of these I'm going to use, slash they're all cool or whatever, now we lube the wires. There's a separate lube for these wires. And if you want to know about like the lube types and their names, feel free to let me know. I don't know how many of you are aspiring to build your own boards. I promise I'm not skipping past it because I don't want you to know. I'm trying to cut out like the information that's sort of like technical that nobody especially wants, you know? But yeah, so I got to see flamingos at the Flamingo Hotel. We went to Mandalay Bay, which has an aquarium, and that was super cool. It's like a relatively small aquarium, but it was still really awesome. And we also went to the Caesar's Palace Casino, which has like so many different Greek style busts. like, it was, I don't know, it fit the theme almost too well. Like, they had these really big, intricate sort of statues. It was kind of incredible, to be honest. And then there was also, I'm trying to think of all the names because there's so many different ones. I did not get to go to the Venetian. I think if I went back, that's where I would want to go. Okay, so now that we have our wires looped, what we want to try to do is get these in this hole and they should snap into place. I'm trying to remember how the, oh, I think these are mounted from the back. Yeah, they are. Okay. I think. Maybe. Frick. I can't remember. I think so, though. Yeah. Okay, these are mounted from the back. Sorry, there's different stabilizer types and stuff, so you have to get, like, used to them and how they work. These were always really freaky to me. I'm gonna spend a couple minutes trying to figure it out, because I see where it's supposed to snap in. I'm just not great at it. Frick. Frickety, 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 frick. Not me flubbing literally on stream, though, y'all. Oh my god. Okay, let me try from this way. I'm not above, by the way. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, I'm not above looking up a tutorial straight up while I'm on stream to figure out how to put these together. When you're building keyboards, there's so much to remember. It's hard to keep in mind every single thing you need to know. So if you are, and when you do build your own keyboard, do not feel bad about looking in places for help or needing to refresh yourself on information. There's so much stuff out there. There's so much new stuff. People are changing and innovating all the time. Makes sense to have to look things up, to be honest. Okay. So now that I figured out how to put these together, this should be a little easier this time around. Hopefully. Let's see. All right, so we got that in there, and then we're gonna, there we go. So that's one full set of stabilizers. So now we just repeat that for the rest of these, and eventually we will have 5 stabilizers. Excuse me. I couldn't move away from the mic fast enough. So, the best thing about the trip, I will say, was the food. There's so much good food there, and not just like the fancy restaurants that are notable, because there are a lot of, you know, like famous chefs that open up, you know, like bars and stuff in Vegas. But the local food, really good. Cute sneezers, oh my goodness. No, I don't have a cute sneeze. Don't say that. It's not true. It's propaganda. Okay. This side. Okay. I think that snapped in. I didn't hear it snap, but I felt it snap. So the food was definitely the best part. Sadly, I did not get to go to any strip clubs or anything spicy. I just went to family-friendly type of events, even though they were late at night. Even the Penn and Teller show was like, there was some light swearing, but for the most part, it was family-friendly. And they did basically a presentation on misdirection and how they use it for their tricks and stuff. It was very like deconstructed magic. Like, here, we're gonna explain some of the parts to you while we're fooling you, sort of thing. It was cool. It was very cool. Okay. Please work with me, Stab. Go into the hole. Snap into where you are supposed to be. Please. Don't make me work hard for this. Oh, you're gonna make me work hard for this. Why are we struggling? Now I got lube all over my hands. I can see exactly where it needs to snap in. I just am having a rough time getting it in there. All right, there we go. Oof. This is why I use like the paper towel. Ah, shit, you saw Penn and Teller. Dope. Yes! Your sneeze kind of sounds like a fake anime girl sneeze, not gonna lie. Why would you say something so controversial and yet so true about me? And yes, I did see Penn and Teller. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was cool. I dressed the way I normally do, which is a little bit more extra than usual. So I had people stopping me to be like, I really like your outfit. It's so cool. And I was like, nay. I know that this is completely my fault, but I can't escape it even in Vegas. I guess I just thought that like more people would be in like outrageous wear because it's such a performance sort of town. But honestly, most people are just trying to live and work in the area while the tourists are at all the casinos. Sorry, I've got some snifflies too, apparently. Oh, come on. Get in there. So yeah, the food was amazing. The people that I saw were very nice. The performances that I went to were really cool. The only thing for me is that, my God, the air is dry there. It's so dry. You need to drink like 1 million gallons of water a day just to be able to talk to people on a regular basis. And man, it was just a lot. Like you would just wake up in the middle of the night and your throat would just be so dry. So I had a lot of fun, saw a lot of things. Outside of the hotels, most of the things that I saw were like different. Oh, shoot, I went in through the this is so sus, right? I went in through the front is a real thing you can say about putting stabilizers together. I lubed it up, but I put it in the wrong hole. Isn't that great? Okay, which side was it? Okay, no, it's the other side, I think. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Okay. Let me thin that out a little. I think I put a little too much on there. Just a tiny bit too much. Okay. She went in through the outdoor. Yes. Also, everyone was offering really cheap steaks there. I did not actually have a steak while I was there, but the food that I did have, oh my God, I went through the front again. I gotta go through the back. And the food was really good. Most places that I went to, I don't think there was a single place I went to that was disappointing. And I knew some people who were local, so I was definitely aware that there was some potential for some places to not be good. I definitely heard that some places were disappointing, but I didn't go to any disappointing places. There was a cool manga and anime shop. It was mostly manga though. And I almost bought the omnibus editions of Hellsing because I really wanted them. But I wouldn't have been able to... good to know you can still get cheap prime rib in Vegas. I mean, I can't attest to the quality of it though. So, you know. But yeah, I almost bought the omnibus edition of like the Hellsing releases, but the books were so heavy and my suitcases were already packed full with all of my clothing and accessories. I literally could not afford to bring them back. So I found them on Amazon. I bought like a different art book from there, like a smaller one, to support the local, you know, anime business. There was really good like Mexican food there too. It's really, so like depending on where you are in the country, it's sometimes hard to find really good like handmade horchata, which is like rice milk, which isn't like watered down. Like a lot of places water theirs down, partially to like save and partially because they know some Americans won't know the difference. And by they I mean like the restaurant. However, I know the difference, and I actually got to try some horchata ice cream. That it was rich as heck, man. So I definitely got the drink just based on the sample of the ice cream they gave me. It was delicious. Okay, please go in there. Jeez. Don't be so mean. I literally just painted this and somehow, oh, it went all over my hands. The lube went all over my hand. Great. So yeah, I had fun. I wish I could have brought like my streaming setup, but premium internet definitely costs out there. And okay, this is the last one. So yeah, I had a good time. I did miss streaming though. We found an old toy store that just had like antique stuff. They had like really old school, like 90s and 80s, like edition release toys. It was crazy. Oh damn, I want to try horchata ice cream. I love horchata. It's so good. It's so good. That ice cream was great. And they let you put like different types of toppings on it. So you could get the horchata ice cream as like a base and then like load it up with stuff. It was pretty freaking good. We also had like some bomb fried chicken. You know, like not everybody's fried chicken batter recipe is really good, but that was slapping. It was good. Decent mac and cheese too, which is a little harder to find. Okay. Stabs complete. So what I'm gonna do now is affix the stabilizers to the PCB. I don't know why I'm all sniffly all of a sudden. I have my tea. Never tried horchata? Please do. Please do if you get the chance. It's so like if you've ever had milk tea, it's similar to that. It's similar to milk tea. It's not milk tea, but it's got a similar like rich sort of creamy flavor to it. Okay, so we're gonna align these bad boys up. Oh, actually, you know what? The question is, do I want to put any of the foams? There was specifically one sheet that goes on here. I'm trying to decide how I want to do it. I usually try to put as few foams into a board as possible, just so that I can hear what the board itself sounds like. Let me look at the foams again and make a decision. So they give you a bunch of foams here, but I don't want to put more than 2. If I can help it. I'm not sure. Frick. Okay, so here's my dilemma. Let me make my dilemma clear. The type of plate that I have for this build is very flexible, and it'll be hard to put switches into it without having plate stuff, plate foam in between the plate and the PCB. But I'm not sure if I want this sheet. You know what? I think I'm gonna go without it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna use just these two. So I have a hot swap PCB, so that means I can do kind of like a plug and play thing. That's the long and short of what that means. I don't have to actually solder my switches into the board. So this bottom case foam has the same cuts as these hot swap sockets. So I'm going to use that at the bottom. And then I'm going to skip the PE sheet that goes above here. Okay, I figured it out. So I'm only going to use 2 pieces of foam. I really honestly want to hear as much of the board as possible without letting it be hollow. Now that's a big, thick boy. That's a big, thick keyboard. But because it's so big, there's the possibility that there could be room on the inside for noise to bounce around. And that's how you get like distorted sounds or pinging and weird stuff on your board. So I think if I use the plate foam to help isolate some of that and just the case foam on the bottom, I should be able to do just fine. I guess I could go without the plate foam, but I really think that the gap is going to create a weird noise. Okay. So let me do the spacebar first. So basically, there's going to be a hook in the back here that you insert into, and this is sort of like build guide territory. We don't really have fancy tea over here. It's not really a thing. Hot tea, naked and back. Okay, and back to work kind of culture. I see. Okay. I don't know if you have the opportunity to try any like newfangled like boba places or tea places, but if you do, I mean, milk tea is not, you know, if you've ever had tea with milk in it, it's not exactly the same as that because sometimes they put other additives in it, but it is basically that. It's basically that. Okay. I'm getting ahead of myself. I have to remember that it helps to stop and explain what's going on for people who don't know. So the stabilizers have to be screwed in. There's 2 different types of stabilizers. There's clip-ins, which clip into your plate. The plate is what goes on top of this PCB that you put in. It holds the switches in place. So, I don't think I need this right now. And then there's screw-in. Now, screw-in is basically the type that I have right here. So instead of clipping it into the plate and using the plate to hold the stabilizer in place, there's this thread that goes into the hole right here. And you can put a washer on top of it like I'm about to do. And then put your screw in there and screw it in. Different PCBs are compatible with different types of stabs based on like how the board is supposed to come together. Like without making it too complicated, that's pretty much what it is. There are things called mounting styles, which basically have to do with how you orient the insides of the keyboard into the case. Let me grab my handy dandy screwdriver. I do actually have like an automatic screwdriver that would probably make this a little easier for me, but I'm too lazy to grab it, guys. I'm not even gonna hold you up. I just don't feel like digging to grab it, even though I know it'll make my life easier. Okay, is this magnetic is the real question. It is. Hallelujah. Ferris screws for the win. Okay. So you make sure that the hook part goes into the large hole. The thread goes into the smaller hole always. And that helps you figure out how to orient your stabs. And then you line up your washer. The washer's there to make sure that the metal screw does not have contact with the PCB and short it. It's not always something you have to worry about, but it happens enough times that they send you the washers with the stabilizers these days. So I just use them anyway. Some people are brave and they just go without, but I am not one of those people. Could always get a ratcheted screwdriver. The nails really are a double-edged sword for this, aren't they? It's both. So on the one hand, I don't have to worry about, you know, my nails snapping. On the other hand, it's hard to grip some, you know what the issue is? The issue is not so much gripping as it is being able to see. The nails get in the way, So even though I can grip things with my nail, once I'm gripping it, it is literally covered by the nail and I can't see it. Like with natural nails, they're a little translucent. So you have a better chance of seeing what's happening, like right at the end. Oh no, please. Oh no. Oh my God. Can I save this? I think I can. Okay, there we go. And that's great, being able to see through your nail to see what's happening. But these are opaque, baby. You can't see anything through these, so I'll grab something and then my brain will realize, okay, we've grabbed the thing, but you know what we can't do? We can't see what we grabbed. So what are we doing with it? Okay, so those are that's the spacebar stab. So now we're gonna hit up this space, this space, this space, and that space. I think I'm gonna do this one first since there's only one on this side. Let's see. So we're gonna put this here. The bigger hole is at the top. So we're gonna slide those hooks in there. I'm gonna do one side and then the other. Whoops, sorry, I boxed my freaking mic. Also, I did want to apologize. I'm sorry if you can hear a whole lot of noise back here. I realized that one of my filters is off because I was recording and it created a weird noise. Like it altered the sound a lot. So I still have to, shoot. I still have to work with the, okay. I have to work with the sound settings and the filter settings so I can actually hear what the heck is going on. Can I actually use spatial awareness to get this in here? Yes, I can. Look at me. Crap. Oh my God. Now I can't get it in the hole the way I need to. Get in there. Ah, okay, there we go. We went to, and of course I lose it immediately. I knock it out. Okay, there we go. That's salvageable. I went to Fremont Street, which is one of the older districts in Vegas. There were a lot of like showgirls walking around in like their attire because people like to take pictures with them. Oh my God, no, I did the wrong side. I'm such a dummy. No. One brain cell live on stream. This is what I get for just going live on a whim. Okay. All right, I fixed it. So the showgirls were cool. I encountered some dude at a coffee shop who was a physicist. So that was interesting. He was like a physicist from Germany. Who did like theoretical metaphysics? Something like that? Controlled metaphysics. He was very nice, but he was basically being harassed by some guy that was complaining about America and living in Vegas and a bunch of other stuff. A big oof, yeah. I hope he was able to make it out of that situation because I was sitting right next to him and the guy was just going off, my guy. Like when I tell you he was talking about, you know, like how he dislikes this country and he wishes that like, I don't know, people would be nicer or kinder. And at first I was like, okay, facts valid, right? But then he started talking about weird stuff and at some point he was like, it just makes me want to like unalive everybody. And I was like, I don't know if that's, it was the weirdest experience I had there, obviously. He was just clearly a very unhappy person. And this poor German guy had to like sit there and listen to him. That was the most awkward interaction that I had on the trip, though. And it wasn't even me. I was just sitting next to them while they were talking. Also, oh my gosh, everything there, so expensive. All the tourist fees and whatnot. I just think the economy in the place that I live is different, maybe. I hope it's different, because if it isn't... that's tough, I'm sure. But yeah, it was a fun trip. I got to see a lot of things. The architecture was just like really good on a lot of the casinos. I also went to the New Orleans casino. I went on a roller coaster. There was a roller coaster at one of the casinos. That was crazy. It was the New York casino. And they had a roller coaster called the Big Apple, I think. Something like that. It was so funny because when I was on the roller coaster, the person I was with had asked me what I wanted to do. And I was like, okay, yeah, we could try the roller coaster. And when we were on there, I was explaining to them that I like to try roller coasters every once in a while to see if I've changed my mind about liking them. But I normally don't like roller coasters. And they aren't the type of like thrill seeker to feel drawn to them. So they literally only went on the roller coaster because I was like, I wanted to go. So when I revealed to them that like this was not my favorite thing, their response was, if you don't like roller coasters, why did you do this? Why would you choose this? And I was just like, I wanted to try it. I wanted to try and see if like my feelings have changed over time about it. You know, maybe one day I'll wake up and my guts will be like, yes, I enjoy that sinking feeling that you get when you're on a roller coaster. And they were just like, no, no, that's not how it works. They were so upset. They had fun-ish on the roller coaster, but they were also screaming the whole time. So that was cool. I thought it was an indoor roller coaster at first. So I thought it would be, you know, like indoor roller coasters are usually not as intense because of the being situated in the building. And so I thought it would be like a mild roller coaster, you know? Like I just thought it would, you know, would be like a little fun thing. But once the coaster got started and you board it inside, right? Like, so that's what gave me the impression it was an indoor roller coaster. But I was incorrect. And what I can tell you is that you immediately, literally immediately exit through a set of doors and you go to the outside. Like outside air in your face and everything. And I was just like, oh no, this isn't what I thought it was going to be literally at all. And then to make things worse, the very first drop was so high. I was looking ahead while we were, you know, like coming out and looking at the first drop. And I was like, okay, this doesn't seem that bad. But once we started going up, I was like, okay, this is okay. And then we kept going up and we kept going up. And I was like, oh no, this is not okay. None of this is okay. There's nothing about this that's fine. Why are we still going up? It's been like almost a full minute. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. This was a mistake. I didn't mean to do this. This was not my intention. But it was okay. I didn't puke and I didn't have a heart attack. So we're going to take those dubs, you know? Okay, let me get... Cool. We are almost done with stabs, guys. That means we're like... I like to count being done with stabs as being halfway through the build, but I guess it's more like a third. It's a big chunk, though. Stabs are a big chunk. especially if you're not lubing your switches live. Like these came pre-lubed, the ones that I have. So take the W. Yeah, exactly. Would I go again? I don't know, maybe. If I was with a friend that really wanted to experience it, I think I would go again. I am not a roller coaster person, but I want to like them. I want to like them. I just, that stomach drop feeling, If I could just find a way to suppress that, I would really enjoy roller coasters. It's literally not at all like the velocity or the, you know, like tipping upside down sections, the loop-de-loops or the twists. It's literally just the stomach drop feeling that you get when you're going over a big hump. It's tough for me. We take those? Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I went on it. I lived. So no one can say that I didn't make it. Okay, so now that we've got the stabilizers in, we are gonna put in, well, first of all, we're gonna do our plate foam and then our plate, and then we're gonna start putting in the, oh wow, that is like really glued down. It's like hella glued down. I'm just gonna have to rip this open. Okay, there we go. Cool. So yeah, it was exciting. I had a good time. I've got to, do I have to cut anything? I don't think so. I actually think this is fine. Yeah, this accommodates the stab cutouts. It's measured correctly. I think that's good. Okay, so where is my plate? The plate is what I'm looking for. What did I do with it? Oh my god, it's so heavy. Oh god. Okay. I know the grunting gives away when I'm handling the actual keyboard, but let me tell you, this bitch is heavy. Okay, it's heavy. Alrighty. Alrighty, so this is, okay, I guess you are supposed to rip it? Yeah, that came apart much easier. Me trying to be delicate, I guess, is unnecessary. Okay. So to explain a little bit about how the internals of a keyboard work, right? So all of the internals are made with all these different materials. And part of the reason why that is because different materials, sorry, I had to toss that container. Different materials cause the sound of a board to be just a little bit different with the way that we produce sound on the board. So the TLDR is PCBs are normally made out of FR4. So that's this material. But you have the foam in between your plate on some builds. Not everybody builds with foam. I have a couple builds that don't have foam in them. And then you have the plate. Now, the outside of the keyboard can also be made out of different things. Most people do either aluminum or plastic. There's different types of plastics, but the idea is the density of the case affects the sound. So what the case is made of, what the switches are made of to a certain degree, because there are different types of switches made out of different things. This plate, this I think is a POM plate, POM, which is a specific type of plastic. And there are different materials that people use for plates as well. You can have aluminum plates, you can have brass plates. I have brass plate keyboards and that kind of thing. So the layered densities of all of these components put together is what dictates the sound of your keyboard. You can change the sound a little bit by putting foam into the board, to basically, the goal of the foam is to stop certain frequencies from coming through. So like if you've got a pingy sort of noise, or if you've got a like a deep thocky sort of noise, but you like high-pitched clacky noises, you can change the material of your plate to try to, your plate and your foam, to try to drown that out or stop that from coming through on the board. But it honestly does depend. Can I get this in there? Sorry, I needed the leverage to try to push this into the plate. But it's not going in the way it should. Questionable. It's got to be how the pins are aligned. There we go. So basically, when you're putting a keyboard together like this, you're putting the switches into the plate. You got to make sure that you support your hotswap pads. So that's these black things right here from the back, so that you don't squish them too much. Right now, I'm just putting, or you can push them out from the PCB too. That's also a thing. So I'm putting in anchoring switches. And part of the reason why I'm doing this is because this plate is so thin, POM is such a thin material, that it's hard to make sure that everything stays in place when you're putting them in. So if I anchor them, I'll have a better chance of moving from one side to the other with the plate in the correct space. Like I can basically just double check the switches as I'm putting them in to make sure. So like, for example, right here, this is a bit unbalanced. You can see that the plate isn't even on all sides. So I have to pull it up like that. So now it's a little more even on all sides. You basically want to make sure that the plate is flush to this middle section, or this bar on the switch. Oh, sorry. The PCB is hitting the mic. So you want to make sure that it's level like that. That focus is just like so shitty. Oh my God. You can kind of tell when your switches are not in all the way, or when the plate isn't aligned well. Everything should be lined up. You should not have any weird gaps. Nothing should look lopsided when you're putting things in. If you have a thicker plate material, sometimes you'll hear a snap when you put your switches in. It honestly just depends. This is a very, very thin plate material. And density also plays a part in how well things come together for the sound. Because if you put foam in your board, but it's really thin, usually thinner foams block out specific sounds and thicker foams block out specific sounds. The material also is important too. Okay, how do I want to do this? I'll do this side first and make sure everything is straight, and then we'll move on to the next portion. Now, a smart person would take their tweezers and basically press on the inside of these pads to complete the circuit and test their PCB to make sure it all works. However, I've put together a lot of keyboards and I'm a plebeian who isn't careful. So I'm just going in, putting in the switches, and then I'm going to use the switches to test whether or not, is that flush? It is not. Let's see, to test whether or not the PCB is working. That is not what people recommend. You are definitely supposed to test it before you start putting switches in. I've just put together a lot of keyboards, and I usually don't worry about that at this point. The manufacturing quality of keyboards at this point has progressed to the point where I'm fairly confident. But if I was new to the hobby, I would just test everything first. When I was new, I did actually test everything first. but I've just been very fortunate to only be a part of projects that are very well made and that people enjoy. I haven't seen a lot of complaints about functionality of the PCBs for this keyboard, so I'm just gonna decide not to worry about it. Worst case scenario, if the PCB isn't working or there's a dud on it, I do think that they are actually selling extras, so I can probably, if I squeeze, maybe figure it out. We'll see. Hopefully it won't come to that, though. I'll just put these in and it'll be fine. If you've been to any of my building streams before, usually it turns out fine. I don't think I've had a stream where things sucked so hard that I had to pull everything out to test stuff. Let's see. Okay, making sure those are all aligned, and they are. So I'm gonna get started, and I'm gonna kind of like zigzag these. Because this plate is so thin, you kind of want to be careful with what order you put things in on. So if you have a plate that's thin like this, it kind of makes more sense to go from one side to the other so you can check and make sure that everything is aligned as you're going through each switch. Okay, please. Oh, is that? No. Okay, it's not upside down. All right. There's also flex cuts in this PCB. Is that? Oh, that's not aligned correctly. I can, yeah, okay, I felt it trying to bend. These are bent pins. I will unbend that later. Usually I would do it on the spot, but I actually have so many switches here that I don't think I'll need to. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else that was like super notable on the trip, honestly. I feel like that was it. It was just a lot of fun, like wandering around. I found a place that actually made like fancy pain au chocolat, which is like chocolate croissants basically, which is one of my favorite pastries. So that was super cool. But I think that was it. Most of our trip was just seeing what kind of food is there. Have you watched Ranking of Kings or To Your Eternity? To Your Eternity sounds very familiar, but I think maybe I considered watching it, but didn't actually watch it. Right now I'm watching Summertime Rendering, which is very quickly shaping up to be my favorite anime. Like my #1 on the top 5. Yeah. That's where I'm leading right now in terms of anime. Summertime was fantastic. They actually wrote like really great characters that are smart and actually learn things over time with developing crises and situations while their enemy is also learning things. Like nothing was static. Nothing was static in that anime, and I love the writing of actual intelligence and not just like dumbed down elementary school level puzzles because the author doesn't actually know how to solve complicated puzzles themselves, you know what I mean? And it wasn't gamified or anything like that. It was just straight up actual mystery that the characters had to figure out. Ew, learning. Why are we like this? Why are we like this? I ended up not wanting to wait and just read the manga. I think it's done now, though. What actually sold me was that I saw a Sakuga shot, episode 15, watched it for the reference, and then was like, wait, what is happening? I need to see how we got here. Yeah. I like stupid OP anime bullshit. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I also sometimes like stupid OP anime bullshit. I don't think that there's like, so me saying that I like Summertime Rendering because it was smart is not at all saying that I don't like anime that are dumb. Sometimes you want to just turn off your brain and just enjoy, you know, like being presented like a journey that you don't have to think hard about. But other times I really appreciate like the human experience. And just people who are able to capture that very well in different ways really impress me. But that does not take away from the stupid bullshit, you know, type of enjoyment though. It's just, they're just two different types of enjoyment. That's all. Where did I put my tweezers? Oh, there we go. Technically, that show has stupid OP anime bullshit. I agree, but I know that what the 180 is referring to is like shonen OP bullshit, though. Yeah, that impatience is how I got absorbed into reading light novels. I'd get tired of waiting for the next episode drop and just read ahead. Yeah, I know what they meant. Okay. I just wanted to make sure he didn't feel like we were coming for him. But yeah, I agree. There is OP anime bullshit in there. It's just, it balances a lot of things at once, which is what I like about summertime rendering. It's got a little bit of something in there for everybody. It's not just purely intellectual, like Sherlock Holmes solving mysteries type of thing. Like there's fights, there's action, there's death, there's gore, there's mystery, there's fantasy, there's real stakes. It's just actually really good. It wears a lot of hats and it wears them all very well. OP friendship, yes, also OP friendship. You can come for me if you like. Ayo? Ayo? To Your Eternity is a massive idea given a form that speaks to the human condition as a whole with the potential to be one of the most memorable series ever. It sounds like it's sad though. Like just the title makes me, it makes me feel like it's sad. So I don't know. So I'm not going to say like, oh, I don't watch things that are sad, but I have to be like in the right mood to watch something that's sad. So I'll put it on my list of things to at least like look over and review. Maybe me and a couple friends can have like a little watch party. It is sad, but that's not the only emotion you'll have. Oh, we'll see. Oh my God, some dude zooming outside on his bike. It doesn't have to be like this. Ranking of Kings is sad too, but again, you won't only feel sadness, you'll just feel emotion. Osama ranking is good. I will look into those and see. So like, I don't want to say that my taste is high and mighty or anything because I don't believe in that. I purely think that it's super dumb to only be into intellectual things and not appreciate superficial things and vice versa. However, I am very particular about the types of enjoyment that I get from an anime and the mood that I'm in to experience like that particular type of enjoyment. So I will check those out and see if, well, you know, I'll probably watch like the first 3 episodes. Usually that's what I'll do. If I'm trying something out that's new, I'll watch like the first 3 episodes. If it's really long, I'll extend it to 5 and then see how I feel about it from there. I want my anime to hurt a little. Man, it depends. It depends on what kind of hurt. It depends on how the hurt is delivered too. Superficial things are fun too. Yeah, I watch Bleach. Yeah. I mean, I still like Inuyasha is one of my favorites. It's definitely very label on the tin, very superficial. But there's stuff to be found in it, you know. I've been sticking to more lighthearted stories lately. I do love stories with great story and emotion, but I'm like Lumi in that I need to be in the right mood for it, yeah. Osama rankings is shorter, but it's a fun world. Okay, so we have ranking king, To Your Eternity, and Osama rankings. Okay. I'll have to keep those in mind. I still have to finish summertime rendering. I'm not done yet. I'm waiting for basically a little mini watch party with my friends so I can watch the finale of episodes with them. Because we both love it, and I know that all of the out loud commentary and screaming that I'm gonna do will be echoed in a way that I find satisfying. Let's see. I haven't finished Death Note because of that. It's just draining to watch. Towards the end, it becomes harder to watch, I think. Personally, that's my opinion. But it is, I will say it's worthwhile. I think that there's some satisfaction to be found in the ending. Oh, sorry. I realize I'm rotating this. It's not always on screen. I'm sorry, guys. To Your Eternity just wrapped its second season and is preparing its third. Oh, no, it's long. It's long. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm ready to get invested in anything that's like more than 2 seasons right now. I'm still trying to decide if I want to watch season 2 of Alice in Borderland, which is not an anime, but based on a light novel, I think. I have such complicated feelings about Alice in Borderland. Might check out Summertime Rendering instead of watching Eminence in Shadow for the 14th time. Grave of the Fireflies was a great movie, but I'll never watch it again. There are some things that you only need to watch once. Maybe twice if you're trying to get like an introspective on it. You know, especially if your viewing of it is outdated. Like I'd say once every maybe like I'll say like between 7 to 10 years, depending on how complex the movie is or the show is. Might need to rewatch to like not have the nostalgia goggles on when you remember stuff. But other than that, yeah, there's just some things that like you're like, hey, I got what I was gonna get out of this experience, and I think I'm done, right? Summertime Rendering is great, but it takes a second to really get started. Not to me. I feel like it was on and popping pretty early on. I think that the poppingness, it depends on what you're looking for, right? So if you're looking for fighting to pop off early, then it doesn't deliver that. But the mystery starts pretty early, to be completely frank with you. Like, I think when I watched the second episode, I thought I had to have been on episode 4 or something like that, because the level of subterfuge that was being shown to me at the time. I like those first maybe like 5 episodes straight melted into each other for me personally. Once it gets going, your connection to the characters will drive your interest. Oh, nah, for me, it was connection to that mystery. I actually wanted to know what the fuck was going on. The characters are nice vehicles for the story, but I care about them a lot less than I do the actual overarching plot. But that's just me personally. I'm a very, I don't know. The characters were not necessarily out of the ordinary for me. They had like the regular anime tropes involved in them. So I don't know. I just wasn't as attached to them. They're cool though. I do have favorites and whatnot, so I do feel something about them. I gave up on Death Note halfway through the first time, but happy I finished it. Oh, you're saying Ranking of Kings is similar connection to the characters. It's only got 2 seasons, and the thing is that those seasons are incredible. I need to actually watch Eminence in Shadow. I have not watched that. Correct Kurisu or I will come for you. They said they don't like Death Note's length. Summertime pushes a little too slowly. I mean, yeah, but Summertime is still only... Yeah, you know what? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I'm just a little biased. To be fair, Death Note is very slice of life at the beginning. And I mean, overall, the show kind of is that in that category, really. So I feel like it moves a little slower than Summertime Rendering in terms of the pacing, personally. I think it feels slower because of what we're following the characters doing in Death Note versus Summertime Rendering, personally. I get it, you want a nice thick plot to grab onto. I like both. It depends. It depends. I'm a world building person. So if the characters are integrated heavily into the world building, then I'll be attached to the characters. But if it's the plot that's ingratiated, you know, or integrated into the world building, then I'll be into the plot. Like, honestly, it's world building and consistency with the rules of the world building that draw me. For example, I was a really big fan of Akame ga Kill, even though by all rights, in some respects, it's a mediocre anime. Because the function of the items that the characters had were very interesting to me. The way that people learned to like acquire the items and learn to use them was interesting to me. And I became very attached to the characters from that show, even though they are arguably cookie cutter as well. Because what they did with the important MacGuffin items was locked into the plot. And the plot was locked into the world building. So it was sort of like a cascade for me of each thing falling into another thing. So it was really easy for me to be attached to everything that was there. Esdeath is my bitch, man. I'm definitely about that hoe for life. She is waifu, amazing. And I love that fucking anime. I see Nightbot's making its rounds. ALOHAKB was great. And I'm current in the light novel, so I have to remember to watch the anime. Part of it is that I know I'm going to compare the anime adaptation to the original light novel. See, I don't like comparing those necessarily. Sometimes, yes, but sometimes the liberties that are taken in an adaptation are done to correct mistakes or weird things in like the reading material. And I do the same thing with movies. I feel like it's important to assess them both separate and together. Esdeath is waifu, and I ain't even about that. You know, it's true. Listen, Esdeath was gangsta, and she was about that life. Listen, she said, "Don't step to me unless you're ready to get cut down, my boy. If you aren't ready, then don't actually show up." I mean, just listen. Esdeath was truly a shooter, in the truest sense of the word. She was down and a woman of her word, and she did everything exactly the way that she told people she would do it because she didn't need a cheat code. And I feel like there's something very respectable about that, even if you're not like, you know, into women with domineering personalities like hers. The consistency, okay? Anime does some things better, pacing, ambiance, yeah, but lots of good extras in light novels. Yes, it's true. Esdeath was my waifu back in the day. She was a woman who knew what she wanted and talked that talk with the walk. It's true. It's true though. It's hard for me not to respect any person who is literally about what they say they are about, like for real. I don't mind if you are like a boss bitch, you know, like a demon overlord, if you're a more timid, cowardly sort of character trying to find your strength or whatever. I'm cool with all of those tropes. I just need you to be consistent with them, and when you grow within those stereotypes, like I need to see it. I need the plot to not just tell me, oh, you're XYZ. I have to see it happen. The media has to back up the shit you are talking, regardless of what realm it's in. It was only dominating to people she felt underneath her. I mean, this is true, but it was pretty easy to feel like you're underneath Esdeath, to be honest. A woman that can kick you in the head and one-shot you is hot, to be honest. If you were stronger, she conceded. Yeah, but I mean, ain't too many people stronger than Esdeath. I found it to be a mixed bag. Sometimes better, sometimes worse than a light novel. Usually missing context, which makes things make more sense. Sometimes completely different. Yeah. I do think it's something that requires nuance. We are almost done, guys. It requires nuance for me. You have to be able to tell which light novels require like more scrutiny. It's sort of like when you're watching an anime and there are different levels to like, you know, seriousnesses, right, that they want you to take. Some shows want you to take them super serious because they're trying to do serious things and they don't actually live up to whatever it is they're saying they're trying to do. And then you have some shows that are just like, yeah, we're totally here just for things to not make any sense and for everyone to have fun. So like, don't think about it too hard. I just like consistency in that the shows or media that don't want me to look too closely don't suddenly try to like preach at me or be weird in that particular way. I feel like there's... okay. This one is not fully aligned. Let's see if I can... Okay. Are there any others? I think that's the only one though. I think, oh no, this one's not in all the way. Okay, it is now. And then this one just needs to be pushed up a little bit. I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure all of these are aligned correctly before I start finishing this off. This one is a little, there we go. Most of these are okay though. I think some of these flex cuts just make it hard to tell which edges are aligned well. Okay, that one's definitely not aligned well. Okay. I think that's... Okay. And then this last one? Okay. Everything else... I wish this plate wasn't so thin, because sometimes pushing down on some areas is making some of the other ones come up. But okay, I think we got most of it. We can plow through and try to finish these off. Okay, let me catch up. Like, I really liked it. Oh, I really liked the LN of, didn't I say to make my abilities average, but the anime adaptation didn't appeal to me as much. Honestly, if I really like something and read the light novel, the context makes me enjoy the anime more. Yeah, that's usually how I end up working. Just because I don't know, like, accessibility for me with light novels has always been kind of spotty versus anime. So I know that there are a lot of people that do it the other way around, right? They'd rather read the light novel for something that they enjoyed. But the anime content is more short form. I can get through it more quickly. And if I really, really like something, I'll seek out the manga or the light novel, I suppose. If I encounter a light novel first, though, then, you know, it's different. Like, I'm not going to eschew a light novel just because it's a light novel. Like, I first encountered Horimiya as a manga or light novel, and then found out that it was also an anime. So it just depends, I guess. It's just light novels come into contact with me less frequently than anime do. I just stay out of the comment section. Oh, I need to stay out of the comment section in the upset and confused masses that didn't get the benefit of the added content. Yeah. Everyone's entitled to, you know, like, their own experience with the thing. Like, you're allowed to comment with the knowledge that you have. So if it's that bothersome, just, you know, like you said, stay out of the comment section. Panda! Hi, friend! Ah! Hello. Been here for a while, just finally speaking up. Oh, I'm so happy to hear from you. How have you been? I know you've been super busy lately. Eminence hasn't missed out anything. Oh, hasn't missed anything that bad. Although I wish they emphasized that Shadow doesn't use barely any magic and just outclasses people before he blows them to shreds, because that's the the chuny. Yeah, that is very chuny. I need to actually start Eminence and Shadow. I'm gonna finish Summertime Rendering first, probably, and then we'll see. It's hard finding time to watch anime. It's like being a whole adult is hard, man. I still haven't started this current season of Destiny 2, which is nuts. Because, oh my god, oh no. Okay, that definitely bent. I'll probably have to unbend it to fit it in there. I don't have too many switches left, so we'll see. So hopefully I'll be able to knock off a couple things from my watch list. I also have non-anime things that I want to watch as well, so the list is just very long. Between, like, streaming and chatting with friends online and watching anime and watching movies, it's hard. Oh, speaking of movies, while I was in Vegas, I watched Creed 3, which I liked a lot. I honestly can't remember if I watched the second one. I definitely saw the first one. Can't remember if I saw the second one. But I did like that movie a lot. Thought it was very cool. The effects and how they approached the cinematography were really interesting and cool, in my personal opinion. I liked Creed 3. Yeah, so much has been going on. But I'm finally not busy running around like a headless chicken. Yeah. How be you? Miss you. Yes, I also miss you. I've been trying not to bother you so much because I know, like, you've got a lot going on and you're handling a bunch of stuff. And then, you know, being gone for like a week. What is time, right? Like, what is even time? How do time zones even work, right? Okay, this is the last switch. Hopefully I can get it in without too many issues. Boop. Here we go. I am in the middle of a build, but I do want to at least do a verbal shout out to Caffeinated Pandemonium. She plays lots of different types of cool games. I think the last game I watched her play was the sequel to Bendy and the Ink Machine. She also plays a lot of Dead by Daylight and is like good at it. Couldn't be me, can't relate. So like horror type games, open world type stuff also as well. Caffeinated Panda is just a delight to actually watch and hear. I feel like if you watch one of Panda's streams and you don't feel better afterwards, then like you need to go take a nap or eat or something. What is time, right? Why for time change? Yeah, the time change, man, I lost 4 hours of sleep coming back because of the time change between the time zones and like DST. Crazy. Time for all of the non-Americans to laugh at silly American shenanigans. Okay. I think we've got our PCB complete. I like Creed 3. It was not a boxing movie, but it was definitely cool. Yeah, I agree. It was not a boxing movie, but it was definitely cool. Okay, really quick, before things get all crazy, I do want to bend these back so that if I put them in something later for like a sample kit or something, they'll actually work. And I'm literally just using my tweezers to just bend these so that they're back upright. That's all. No smoke and mirrors, no crazy stuff happening. It's just using the tweezers so that the prongs are standing straight up instead of being bent. That's it. Anyone can do it. If you are putting together your own keyboard, you can bend pins all the time. It happens by accident. It happens on purpose. As long as you don't pull the pins directly out of the switch, you can just bend them back. So I followed on the basis of Nicola, the Nicola. Oh, you're so sweet. No, Panda, you're so sweet. Panda's one of the first friends I made when I started streaming. She's just a delight, honestly. Let's see. I think I have to set this aside for now because this board is so fucking big. Okay. I managed to do that one-handed. I would like that on the record. I managed to do that one-handed. I picked it up one-handedly. It means I am strong. I am strong like bull. Not that I can flip it over with one hand though. Okay. So it's time for the peelies. Prom date, yes. We also went to VTuber prom together. It was very fun. Okay. Peelies for people who enjoy the peelies. Trying to make sure I catch that light angle for you guys. Lift this up a little bit. Yeah, oh my god, you can hear the plastic so much. Oof. I feel like the plastic on that wrap was a little cheaper than I was expecting. However, I am not going to complain. this is a hex screw that's in there. So the way that this case is put together, very interesting, by the way. So you have to take these screws out, basically here, this one and this one, and you can remove these gold sections here that are holding the weight into place. Now the weight is holding this bottom case partially together at the top. So there's no other screws at the top besides these two, and then there's these ones at the bottom. I think we're done with the Phillips head, so Panda, at some point, this reminds me, we should definitely actually play Monster Prom together. Seems appropriate. Maybe a little nail on the head, maybe. But not a bad idea, I think. Also, I just miss you. This keyboard is so beautiful. Yes! Listen. I had to have it. And with the help of a friend who supports my VTubing career very much, I was able to grab this. I am super grateful, and it is super gorgeous. I just love unique designs, colors, and things like that. When this was first being pushed around in IC or interest check, the way that they had it originally was this was just all gold. And some people were complaining about it being plain. So they added this design and tried to make sure that the cost wouldn't go up too far with it. And I mean, they definitely did that. Yes, so much yes, yes, absolutely. Whew. Okay, so we should be able to slide these out, something like that. Let me turn this around and make sure I'm doing this correctly. I might have to push this out, maybe. Does it come out up or not? Shoot. I don't want to just turn it over and and wait for this to come out. Oh shoot. There's something I'm missing. Can I just, okay. I think I'm just not being rough enough with it, but I don't want to damage any of the work. All right, there we go. I'd rather be overly cautious than not cautious at all. Oh, geez, that's a deep okay. I see. Very deep. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Okay, so now that we've got that off, we can take the weight off. Ugh, so pretty. And I'm gonna sit this to the side. Get my filthy fingerprints all over it. Ah, I see the weight is hiding 3 additional screws. Okay, okay. I see how they constructed this. 5 additional screws? 5 additional screws? Yeah, these are screws too. That's kind of nuts. I see their hidden screw design. That's a lot of screws for the outside of a case, though. So pretty. Yes, I agree. Ooh. Was I sleeping through a Lumi stream? Unforgivable. It's okay. People have to sleep. Even eldritch moths have to sleep. Okay. Jesus, this is dense. My God. You know? Okay. Sheesh. Alrighty. This also has to go to the side. Okay. So now I have to slide on the gaskets, and oh no, it's the consequence of my own actions. I put all the keyboard weight things and case things on top of the area where the gaskets are, like a fucking idiot. I mean, I did this perfectly because I'm smart, obviously. Clearly I'm super duper the smartest and I did everything perfectly. And that's what happens. Okay. Shoot. Alrighty. So a couple things. We're going to put these gaskets on first. These are silicone gaskets. GG's perfect execution. Yes. My desk is so cluttered right now. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm sure it looks trashy. Can't believe it. Zev, R.I.P. I'll never sleep again. What do you mean? Sleep is important. Okay, so the simple thing about these is I just actually have to put these on here and push them down, and that's it. These are very simple gaskets. No peeling any adhesives. It's just slide them on in, you know. Sometimes I feel like such a dirty old man on stream. The real question is, why do I feel more like that when I'm doing keyboard streams than when I'm doing other streams? Ohio, yes. My desk is so cluttered. It literally looks like a beautiful desk of someone building a keyboard. And also that you're mad as lovely as ever. Thank you. You are? What do you mean? You're not supposed to corroborate that information. 16-bit. You're supposed to say, you know, no, that's not true. It's just for educational purposes and you're super say so. You aren't? Question mark. Never mind. Never mind. Oh, am I missing a gasket? Oh, yeah, I am missing a gasket. Okay. Okay. Frickety frick. All right, so these fit in here like so. I want to make sure it's properly aligned. Okay. Because this is definitely like a top and then you put the bottom on type of board. So, this has a very unique JST cable and daughter board. So it fits right here. Usually we have like a square. But because of the, I guess how they had to make the internals for this board, it's very different. These shims I don't need. Are these for the, I assume these are for the daughter board. Oof. Maybe the other way? Yeah, the other way. Okay. Align these with the holies. I want to make sure that's in there correctly. That is not in there correctly. Okay. It's this side that's not quite aligned. All right, there we go. That is aligned. Okay. Frick. All right. So I think these are the screws I'm supposed to use. We're all say so here. No, my God, no. Well, I'm probably going to be busy for the next 3 hours. Have a good rest of the stream. Yes, thank you for stopping by. I'll drop a sound test as per usual, so you'll be able to hear and see. Okay, are these just like literally the exact same type of screw, but in different colors? I can't really tell. No, these are definitely Phillips. Did they give me two different types just in case I... Or are these... Oh, no, those are extra outside ones. Okay. All right. They just, oh, that's cool. They just gave you everything that you needed to actually put the case together. That's very nice. I'm used to just having my tools because I've been in this hobby for such a long fucking time. But for beginners, like if this was someone's first board, and I happen to know that it is actually someone's first board. It's really nice to have stuff mostly included. Like most people have small Phillips heads, right? But not everybody has the hex screw heads. Good luck with the insert name. I'll never be able to spell here. The name for this board is Sagaritis, by the way. At least if I'm remembering it correctly. I am very certain, but because I'm nervous about my own memory, I'm definitely gonna I'm definitely gonna double check. Yeah, Sagaritis. Very Greek sounding and whatnot. That was the whole point. I'll spell it out at some point before we close stream. Okay, so let's get these screws in here. Are these fair? Yeah, they are ferrous. People who make their screws magnetic. Chef's kiss. Okay, and the second one, and then I'm gonna check the alignment to make sure that the USB-C is lined up. It sure is. Okay. This assembly fell out, but we can put it back. That's not an issue. Okay. Make sure that's pressed down the way it's supposed to be. Okay. And what I should have done was attach the cable first, but I did not do that because I'm not smart. Oh frick. I'm elbowing my freaking mic, guys. Okay, let me see if I can just shove this in there real quick. I can? Question mark? Oh god. It looks like it's in there correctly. Yeah, okay. I can see it is flush. This cable is way too long, but the solution is to just let it just loop-de-loop, I guess. That's how all the assembly videos are. They're just like, it's cool, just leave it in there. I'm like, okay, cool, great. Does that go in this way? I genuinely hope so. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it goes in upside down. It's a little hard to tell. I'm actually gonna flip this so I can see. Okay, here we go. This is a little better. Ah, frick. Watch Lumi struggle for several minutes to get the JST cable in where it's supposed to go. Okay, I don't think it's that way. I think it actually is supposed to be in this particular direction. Oh, shoot. Okay, yes. Yep, that's how it fits in. Cool, cool, cool. And this just hangs out right there. That's what that does. Oh shoot, you know, I gotta put that bottom foam on there. Hang on, let's see how it fits. Okay, can we just open this up? All right. Okay, this is very thin. When a case foam is this thin, it's basically just called a contact sheet. Like, the point of it is to stop shorting from happening. Okay, yeah. Okay. So I gotta thread that through. So that's the contact sheet. I want to make sure it's aligned right. And then we can slide this back in there. There we go. And this looks aligned pretty well. So now I'm going to turn this back around and try not to knock over my tea in the process. Sheesh. I'm going to realign this assembly in here, push it down and make sure it's fitting. And then I can sort of see why they put so much foam in this. There is a lot of room, although this does fit snugly, or it's supposed to. There's still kind of a lot of room. So we'll have to see how all of this goes. Okay. Alrighty. Alrighty. So now, let me swap out these screwdriver heads. Nah. Oh, no, not the tea. No. The tea is okay. I feel like it's topical to remind people that I do actually have an exclamation point tea command that will give you a tea flavor recommendation and description, since tea happened to actually come up. There are a ton of different tea types and recommendations in there. So yeah, I sure do. I was gonna say there's so many in there. I think it would be difficult to get the same one like twice in a row. There's actually a lot of different commands for different types of snacks. I have like a sort of waiting room vibe. If you hit exclamation point snacks, you get like a little menu, I think, or a direction for a menu, something like that. But the tea command is specifically for tea because I love tea. Okay, let me... Ginger peach, ah, so good. Yes, my favorite version has marigold blossoms. It's true. I don't know. I had like some kind of like crazy new to streaming energy when I wrote these. They're all like pretty personalized. Not really sure how we got that. I should check out your commands again. I think that Nightbot has like a command, but it has to be the only thing in the line. Maybe. Okay, there we go. If you put the command like in the middle of the section or the comment, it doesn't trigger the thing. I think Nightbot just gives you a link to the page. Yeah. Yeah, commands, yep. And they should be available there. I have too many. What did Panda get? Matcha! Yeah. Powdered leaves that produce a lovely, vivid green color when prepared properly. I do like matcha, but I have to be in the mood for it. I'm not a big green tea drinker, but I do like green tea sometimes. Matcha is a very distinct flavor, though. Like, you can't, like, really fake or replicate matcha other than just matcha. Well, I'm going to get my 6 hours of sleep. Wonderful stream always. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I started a little late today. But the rest of the VOD will be up, and I'll be posting my sound test as per usual in the next day or two. Hopefully it'll be tomorrow, but I am slammed with work tomorrow. So either at the end of the day tomorrow maybe, or I don't know. We'll see. If I'm up late and I can't sleep, then I'll just do it today. This actually reminds me. I got a new tea. It's called Siren's Call. It's a lychee white tea. That sounds amazing. I've been drinking green tea all night. I've been drinking black tea. By comparison, just because this... During the pandemic, a friend gifted me with like a really huge box of just black Lipton tea. And I want to actually drink a significant amount of it down before I buy big fancy tea. Because otherwise it's just sitting on the shelf. That sounds delicious. Yes, it does. White and red tea are my favorite kinds. White is my absolute favorite. And so white lychee. We are there. We're there. Okay. I think all of these are tight. I don't want to over tighten them. So this is what we're looking like. The gaskets are kind of gasketing. Let me turn it this way real quick. I know that the weight's not on there. I just want to test and see if I can actually feel some of the bounce. It's definitely moving, but it's not a whole lot. I'm not going to lie to you. There's not a whole lot of flex there. However, that's fine. I think that the less bounciness we have there, the bigger chance that there won't be any weird noises. That case foam was real thin. Whoops, sorry. Let me get the actual weight. And before we put this back on, I did want to show the other side. It's just sandblasted brass. It's absolutely amazing. Easily my new favorite tea. I'm gonna have to see if I can find some of that. All right, so we'll slide this in here. Oh, nope, that's off by a bit. Nope, off by a bit in the other direction. Here we go. So it's got this like little slide riser here at the end, over here, so that you can sort of slide it into place here. All right, I think that's it. All right, so we're gonna put this in here and then get those last two screws in. Oops. This is a gorgeous build. I've honestly not put together a keyboard that is like this before with these little tabs. I am loving it, to be honest. We are so close to the end. We're going to put keycaps on and then... Oh. Can I... Oh, is this not slid in all the way? Let's see. There's something about this that's not going in the way it should. You'd think that this screw would align it properly, though. Oh, okay, I see. It was tilted up a little far. I got it. I got it. Should go in now. Yeah, there we go. Nails, let's go. Alrighty. We are in the final phase, ladies, gentlemen, they, thems, ghosts, ghoulies, bone daddies, and mommies, and eldritch horrors, and unsolvable mysteries. And morsels. Mwah. So now we're going to put keycaps on this bad boy. I did not grab the boxes. So give me a moment. I'm going to tidy my desk up a little bit and then go get the keycaps that we're going to put on this. And then we'll go from there. Okay, so this is the hex. It goes here. And then Phillips is there. So we're going to put that back. These tweezers and stuff, I don't think I'll need these for the rest. We're just putting keycaps on now. Actually, you know what? I just realized we've been going for 2 hours and 41 minutes. Sent you a link to the tea. Thank you. I am gonna take a short bathroom break, and then I'll be back to finish off the rest of the board. Let me at least sort these things. Put that back in a bag. Look at us trying to stay a little neat here. Okay, I will BRB. I'm back. And I got the keycaps. Okay, so the keycaps I'm putting on here are ones that I posted about, actually. The Brassica Rapa, sort of like mint colored keycaps. These are by Wuque Studio. Welcome back, welcome back. Thank you. You always welcome me back. I'm not used to people actually doing that on stream, so I always am pleasantly surprised. Okay. So just to show you guys the packaging, this has been moved around a little bit. So these are jumbled and not currently like in the place they should be. But these are basically the colors of the keycaps. How? What you mean? I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it. You always welcome me back. You're so sweet. That's what I mean. You're sweet. Sweet. I posted about these on Twitter like a couple months ago when it was basically a tweet that said like the keycap game keeps pulling me back in. It's really hard not to buy keycaps when they make ones that are this cute. That kind of thing. And I actually did just straight up buy these. They're like a little, it's not quite mint green, but it's like in that family. So these are all like relatively in order. Oh shoot, did I speak too soon about my tweezers? Yeah, I think so. Okay, so because this is a TKO, we have a number pad and, I'm sorry, not number pad. We have a number row, whoops, and an F row. Struggling just to get the keycaps on there. I guess I could just, you know, that's fine. We're just gonna turn it upside down and do it that way. I don't want to have to struggle with trying to get the keycaps out. I'm just not about it. And then if we need to see, I don't know if they have any extra like feature type things. That feels like it's not on correctly. Let's fix it. There we go. Okay. So since okay, JKL, so that should be L right here. Since the weight on the back has like those sort of blue purple colors, but also some of like the sort of mint green reflected in there, I decided that these keycaps would go really well with this. I'm very tempted to try out the space bar and see how that's going, but I shall resist. So we're just gonna try to put these on as quickly as possible. Okay, UIOP. Okay, so this would be here. Oops. Nails. Stop hindering my progress. Oh my god. There we go. So we'll see how this turns out. If I don't like the sound, I might open it back up and like put some more, put the PE foam in there. I'm not sure though. I happen to have a feeling that it'll probably be okay. I think this is gonna sound just fine. 7, okay. 5, 6, 7. D, ASDF, UIOP. At this point, I just sort of remember where keys go because I've just put together so many. That's an O. Please go on the switch. Thank you. If I ever put a keyboard together, I'm gonna need you to help me pick out pretty keycaps. I'm definitely down for that specific thing. Oh, nope. You know what? I messed this up already. I always do this. It is question mark on the end and then your 2 brackets. So you always have to leave an extra space for the question mark. I'm definitely down to help you find pretty keycaps. I basically, the keycap market has a chokehold on me, basically. So I'm always looking at what's out, what people are doing, what's interesting, what has extras, what doesn't. So I'm definitely down. And if you want to pick like themed keycaps, I can help you either find a project that you really, really am like willing to wait for the production for, or if you just want something that matches a particular build, I can do that as well. The thing that sucks about this hobby, and I'm just going to be frank, is that because all of these projects are very small, you end up with situations where maybe you have a plan for a board, you order the parts, you know you're going to have to wait for them, right? But by the time the parts get there, you want something completely different. There's better options now. There are people who make in-house, you know, like keycaps from slightly cheaper material. But if you want like top of the line, you know, like type of stuff, it's still kind of difficult. It can be very tough. Like I have some keycaps that I've been waiting for a long time, like a long time, like longer than I think anyone would reasonably wait for keycaps. And unfortunately, it just happens to be that when you're ordering in small quantities and you're not like a super big like company, there's been a lot of COVID delays with manufacturing. Sometimes the manufacturers just straight up mess up batches and have to do them over. So you end up with delayed deliveries that way. It's like, this is not a hobby for the faint of heart. Although, because a lot more normies, oh, come on, have been getting into it recently, there have been more like ready to ship options. One of my friends got full keycaps in Elvish from Lord of the Rings. Me too! I have one of those. There were two different sets that ran. One from like a big publisher and one from a smaller one. I have the one from the smaller one, but I know which one you're talking about. They're like green accents, like cream with green accents, I believe. Is probably the one that you're talking about. There we go. T here. Learn Elvish or never get any work done again challenge. No. It just has the sub legends. Like, so basically you can look at the keycap. It'll tell you which letters are which. P. Now, if you really want to try hard mode, type with a keyboard filled with all blanks. Because what you'll actually have to do is remember where everything is. Ain't no way you're gonna survive without knowing. Touch typing or bust, baby. Okay, this one is 6. Okay, it's not just my nails. There's something about the shape of the stem on these that makes I have to apply a little more force to get it on there. It might be because these are new leaf manufactured. It could also be that the, what do you call it? The mold used to make either the keycaps or the switches really are slightly bigger or smaller than average. Like, you know, there's like margin of error sort of thing. Frick. Okay, now I have to see your Elvish keyboard. I will bring him out momentarily. His name is Kudra Gale. Or Gale for short. This should be the correct size spacebar. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. Interesting sound. That is an interesting sound. I think all my filters are off, so you guys probably heard like all of that. Yeah, sure is all the things are off. Hopefully the stream wasn't too noisy. He sounds hot. Is he single? Is Kudra Gale single? Actually, yes. For whatever that may be worth. Okay, print, scroll, and then pause. I know where those go. Some of these are for the number pad, so I don't actually want to just like dump the whole thing right now. Scroll. Oh, whoops. One row too low. There we go. Print, scroll, and then pause over there. And then I'm going to try to flip all of these at once. So this is just an F12 keyboard. There's no F13. Some keyboards have like a very specific F13 extra key, like just for people to do stuff with. But this one does not. Let's scooch these over. There we go. Easier to grab. So you're saying there's a chance? I am, in fact, telling you directly, Zeb, that there is a chance. Kucher Gale is a sexy, old school type of board. I don't know if I've done a sound test for him because he was built before I started streaming. Actually, a lot of my boards were. I need to go back and do a sound test for some of them. 4, so this should be 5, 6, 7. F2, 6, 5. And then we have one more green one that's 8. Yeah. Okay. F9. F1. F10. F4. And then we've got 12 and 11. So all of those are done. In the end, I'm going to dump these into like a container. I just don't want to deal with dumping them out on my desk and having them there right now. Okay, so we have insert, home, and then page up and page down. Okay, we've got page up. Let me grab you. Let me grab you. And then delete. And page down. That should be all that I need from here. Oh no, there's the arrows. I forgot about the arrows. Let me just do the arrows right now. Up, down, and then we got left and righty. I don't know if there's any accent arrows. I might end up swapping them if there are, but I don't think so. I think this was just like a one and done sort of kit. There's no extra flair. Okay, so delete goes down here. End goes down here. And insert goes up here. Home goes here. And page up. This is a bad idea. I should have tested this. I did not test this. I'm gonna test this after I put all of the after I put all the keycaps on, so that I'll be inconvenienced so much if I have to take anything apart. Sometimes that's where I just don't think ahead at all. I just be so eager to get things done. Okay, so here we go. And then this is the last. Oh, shoot. No, there's a couple other extras in here. What? There are extras in here. Oh, no. I wasn't ready for that. Okay, frick. Oh, they have a regular F and J. Okay, but I have the bars here. That's what I wanted. These are all the way they're supposed to be. Oh, there is an F13. Look at them being fancy. Okay, I think that there's arrow keys that I want to have here. Maybe? We'll see. Hang on. If I can find what I'm looking for, I'll show you guys. I don't think so, though. Maybe I thought there was something. So these are the novelties. They're very cute. The Brassica Rapa is a type of plant, so this is like plant related. 10-hour stream. Oh my god, I already know. ASMR sound test stream. Yeah, I could potentially do that. Test all the keyboards. A 10-hour stream where Lumi just tests all the keyboards and talks about them at length while occasionally stopping to reorganize the journal in that one season's game. You would 100% watch that? Oh, you are so kind. You are so very kind. I'm going to replace this escape key with this little cucumber type patch thing up here. Just because I like the idea of it. So we'll set that there. And, I think I'm gonna pick this one. Oh, no, there's a tall one up there. I think. Oh, nope, that's shorter. I had the right one the first time. Gosh darn it. Let me compare, actually. Are these both the same size? They are both the same size. Are these the same size? They are. These are all the same size. Okay. Oh, I see. I see. So these are all very interesting. I'm not sure if I want to replace the arrow. Maybe I will replace the arrow keys with these. Well, we'll see. Okay. So first of all, I'm going to put this here. I just like the contrast with the tilde key right there. And in terms of the enter, I think I'm gonna use this as the enter. I don't have to, but I really like the idea of having this accent on here. I think this is big enough, maybe? We're gonna see. Actually, you know what we can do? We can compare it right here. Oh no, it's a little short. Shoots. Shoots. Can I use this here for left shift? Yes, no, maybe? Oh, maybe this is a backspace sort of key. Let me look. Oh, you know what? Let me just use the correct tools for the job instead of trying to be kind of ghetto about it. Okay. So these are, in fact, yes, the exact same length. So I am going to put this up here. Makes things a little more symmetrical. There we go. I'm just trying to place accents now at this point. I'm sorry, guys. The enter key that they have like an accent to enter key. They have all types of enter keys here. This is just kind of nutty, how many they have. But I think I want to go for white accents here. And then I don't know for capital. I don't know if they, does this fit? I can't tell. No, that leaves a little space to be desired. Unfortunate. Okay. So let's see if the caps here. I dropped my tweezers. Okay, let's see if the caps here goes well. Alrighty, cool, cool, cool. So that's fine. And let me double check the layout for this board. I'm sorry, guys. Customization always takes like the little longest time. I want to get it right the first time so that I don't have to go back and like fish for more keycaps. Oh, shoot. That's a good question. Where is my question mark key? Oh, there it is. They put it in a different section for some reason. I don't know why that is. So let's see. We've got the FAQ for the layout. Okay, that made things very easy. So we've got, this is the shift, I believe, on this side. Yes. This is, yeah, this whole board is like a little clackier than I was expecting it to be. It's like higher pitched. Okay, now that's definitely too short. So it's got to be this one for the right shift. Can I get you to... There we go. Oh, there we go. Okay. I was like, something about that doesn't feel right. Okay. All of these needed to be pushed down some more. Better. Okay. Ooh, there's a green accent on here. Ooh. Let me show it on screen just in case there's a green accent. Okay. So basically, this comes down to what I'm willing to put on here. I think I'm going to replace this because I can. Why do I care so much? I don't know what to tell you all. I'm so sorry. I am just like this. This is what I am like. This is what I am like. I don't think they have green caps, which is super duper unfortunate, because if I could get a green caps to put here, I would absolutely put like an accent and enter here. But anyway, we'll figure it out. So we've got... nah, it makes sense. Okay, I'm glad that I'm not like a crazy person. I don't like everything to be super symmetrical per se. I just have to decide if I like it better with the dark green enter or not. I'm just gonna... I feel like either the space bar should be green or the enter should be green. So we'll see. I might replace this because it looks like the accent keys are gonna be white based on what's here. Okay, so we have left control, right control. I am gonna make left control and right control. Oh, is this too big? Oh, maybe it is. Maybe this actually is like too big. Let's see. Yeah, it is. Okay. That is actually just too big. So these will fit though. These are the correct size accents here. So I'm gonna make these the alt keys. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I might change my mind. I'm gonna make these the control keys. I feel like the control keys are always very obvious. People know what the control keys are and what they do. So having this image there doesn't make it difficult for people to interpret the keys. Alt is a little bit more tricky, I think. I really wish there was like dark green for me to alternate here, and there just isn't. It's just unfortunate. Sag, fam, sag. Okay, so the rest of these will just be regular because I don't want to spend all of my time doing just the accents. So these are the alt keys once I get them on. Yep. There we go. There we go. And then we have the Windows key on this side. There's supposed to be a Windows key on this other side, but I think it was configured to something else for Mac, so we have to figure that out. So that should be the function. This should be the Windows key. And yeah, I do think that I want the dark green for the accent here. There is not enough dark green on this board, unfortunately. I could put it on the enter too. I don't know. What do you guys think? Green enter and green spacebar? Just green spacebar? Does it not matter? And do you have absolutely like no preference? Oh, that's too long. Too long. PP too long for this one. Oh, shoot. Oh, you know what? I should have checked to see if I could do ISO enter. That's okay though. Okay. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was like, what the heck? Okay. Simply write them a politely worded letter insisting on more green or else. Just the green spacebar, you think so? Okay. So this is what it looks like with just the green spacebar. I want to make sure everything's level. I think it is, but... There we go, okay. It was leaning more on this side. I got it. Yeah, so looking good the way it is. That's the comparison right there for the enter. If we are on a consensus about it, I will put the rest of these away and we'll do our little typing test. I used like all of these, fam. Where are the other tops? Two things. Where did I put them other tops? Shoots. Oh, under here. Okay. I did not completely work it. Looks pretty. Yeah, just green space bar do be popping. Okay. Okay. I can't show off what it's like with the green one if you think like the visual might help in terms of seeing things. It's up to y'all though. Let me... Okay. I do want to at least give you guys the overhead of what it looks like. If you say nay after seeing it, then we'll leave the white one on, but... Okay. That is with the green enter. Thoughts? Green enter? White enter? Still just the white enter? Panda, what do you think? And also, thank you, Krisu. It is nice, but I think I like just green space bar. Yeah, that's fair. Because you use enter so much, sometimes it makes sense to have kind of like an accent on it, but it truly does depend on like the set. Come up. Whoops. I see I had to fight today. Okay. So at this point, there's only one more thing left to do before the sound test. I still say just green spacebar. Well, there you have it. This is it. I like the accent on the enter key, but I think the green on the bottom row only does look better overall. I see it. I see the vision. Okay, so before we do anything else, oh God, I have to put the feet on the bottom. I don't want this to be like the array. Whew. Where, or the Snake 60 rather, where I completely forgot to put the feet on and put it in the wrong box and just thought I had lost it forever. Seems unbalanced with the green inner key. This is true, but sometimes the goal isn't for it to be balanced. I usually, so like, I see where you're coming from because I am a keep it balanced girly myself sometimes. It's safe. But I always have to ask myself, would this be better with the asymmetry? It honestly depends. Okay, wait. Is this the correct way? Let's see. Okay, yeah. This is how it's supposed to go, I think. So let's try to fit these into the little holes. Let's see. Is it going in there? It is going in there now that I have leverage. Okay. Alrighty. Oh crap. I can see this is gonna be an issue because it's just a lot. The feet are made to go into these slots to cover up the screws. but it's not adhesive. So I have a feeling that I'm going to be rubbing and pulling these off all the time. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Maybe not. Oof. You're almost there. We're almost there. I'm putting the bottom feet on these and then we're doing the sound test. So you are back basically in time. Putting the feet on doesn't take very long. I just want to make sure I'm doing it actually the right way. Okay. So now we have top feet and then sound test. Testing. Oops, wrong chat. Are you running a test in your own chat right now? Okay. Okay. It's important when you're putting these in to like not force it. You want to make sure you're pressing straight down into the hole where these are supposed to be at. And make sure you feel like the tactile sensation of the rubber stamp actually going into the hole. A lot of feet are made this way because it's just easier to have them cut instead of adhesive sometimes. I think it's like a money saving measure. It's a little cheaper. But okay, here we go. Hi. Everyone's saying hello. Lemon, I thought you had to do work things. All right. Oh, God. You're just in time for the sound test. Oh, my God. Okay. Here we go. I feel like, oh, God. It's hard to tell without looking at the camera if this is aligned correctly. I had some work things, but mostly just busted about 2K of smut out in my book. Great. I'm glad you're making progress with your book. So, with the help of chat, particularly Zeb and Panda, we decided on just green spacebar. So I'm going to pause the music. All my filters are already off, so you can kind of hear it already. But we're gonna actually just pause. Boop. Okay. So here we go. We're gonna do the mods first and then go into like some typing. Let me move my mic a little closer and then we're gonna turn the gain up just a little more. There we go. Where? Okay, yeah, that's a good gain. All right. Dang, you can really hear that spacebar. That feels like a rattle. Damn, I think I might have to take that apart. But anyway. So there's definitely a tick there. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely hear the metal there on the space bar. I do not like that sound. I'm not a fan of that sound. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. A part of me wants to take the foam out, like the plate foam, and see if that, because these keys are very quiet. Like, And I don't know if I would get more of the natural sound of the board by taking out the foam. I don't know. But that space bar is definitely rattly. Like, you can hear the metal and you can hear that it's rattling. It's weird. It's possible that I actually need to have the PE foam on there. And that because I didn't put it in there, that's why. So maybe it was intended for all of these foams to be included. But that is the sound test. Let's see. Damn, that is a good looking board. Yeah, you really can. You need an ARC reader. Oh, yeah, like a beta reader. Yeah. Lemon's writing is really good. Oh, let me turn my gain down. I feel the need to whisper when my gain is all the way up. I know Kurisu prefers my whispery voice, but you know. Yeah, Lumi, my noob instinct says it needs foam. I think it does too. So, So here's what's going on right now, right? Oh, actually, you know what? Let me refill my tea and then I'll tell you what I'm thinking. I will BRB. Literally like 1 minute. Okay. I'm back. Very true. However, I tend to like your gain higher just because of my volume settings. I might take you up on it, Panda. This scene is IDK. It feels like it needs something. That's why I took a break and stepped away, but I'm always down for a beta reader. Yeah. Same. Oh, you mean about the sound you prefer when my gain is up? Oh, shoot. Things are falling out of my chair. I'm just lazy and I have like clothes stacked on the back. Okay. So when I watch the VODs back, so like just deviating from keyboard building, right? So when I watch the VODs, it's loud enough to me. Like with my volume all the way up on my devices, it seems loud enough to me. But maybe I will try to experiment with having my gain up a little higher. I'm not sure. Cause you know, there's the give and take. My gain is up higher. You can detect, you know, like more stuff in the background. So I try to keep it here cause this works a little better in terms of picking up stuff. But we'll see. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna take this apart and put the foams in it no matter what. So I'm considering just keeping stream on and doing that instead of ending stream and then just moving to like another table and then literally doing that. So if you've been here for a while, feel free to... Sorry, I was tossing the keycaps. Feel free to, you know, go sleep, go eat, do whatever it is you need to do. So you have to turn your device volume all the way up for your VOD to be fine instead of loud. No. What I'm saying is it's loud when it's all the way up to me. Like I end up having to turn it down, both in my headphones and when I'm playing out loud from a device. It's loud, which is why I haven't messed with my gain. A keyboard hand ASMR, yay. But yeah, I think I'm gonna keep stream running and take this apart and put it back together with the foam, the PE foam, the sheet foam, and see if that alters the sound. Yay, more Lumi stream. Okay, I just, you know, 3 hours is a long time. It's been three and a half. You know. I know that for some people that's like particularly long already. So give me a moment. I am actually gonna put on a different playlist. Let's see. So let's do this. Oh, shoot. What I didn't do was actually plug this in to see if it worked. And then I just started typing on it. Oh my God, it's so heavy. Oh, it's been a while since I've had a right-oriented USB. Okay. Okay, right now everything seems to work. It's good enough. So let's see. We're gonna put this on. And I am gonna take this apart and we're gonna do that. So that means, oh my God, so many tools. Let's get that tool set back here. We're gonna need our keycap puller and we're gonna need our switch puller this time. Switch puller is already out. I just stashed it away. Okay, so we're gonna get started and attempt to do this. I'm not gonna try to speed run it, but I do want to try to get this done without taking another 3 hours. I don't think it's going to though. I don't have to prep stabs or anything like that. But I do have to unscrew the stabs and then put them back in. I'm basically taking this apart and rebuilding it. So for anyone who stuck with me this far on stream, thank you. If you're sticking around to keep me company while I do this, also thank you. If you have to go, perfectly understandable, I understand. If you've got to lurk or prefer to lurk, that also works. I just really hate that space. Like, oh my God, the space bar is so much metal. There's so much metallic-y type of thing in there. I just like, why? I mean, this is a big ass board and it is a big hunk of metal. So I'm not gonna pretend like I don't know where it's coming from. However, comma. It's kind of a lot. Got to go skin my cat. By the way, I'm not actually going to skin my cat. I did not think you were going to skin your cat. Panda, you do not seem like a person who would skin your cat. You'd tell Rudy to do it instead. 3 hours. Zeb, you're so sweet. Oh, frick. This is not... Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, this is not coming up. Why are we like this? So lucky for you guys, you're stuck with me for a little more time. And I suppose this counts as keyboard ASMR? It is keyboard sounds. I see, that almost went in my teeth, so clearly I need to be a little more controlled. Just a tad bit more controlled about that. Building ASMR. Zeb, you will be okay. Oh, I did want to. I'm announcing something. I don't want to say secretly because obviously if someone watches the VOD, they'll definitely see it. But I found someone to do art of me and Zeb, and it's gonna be cool. Secrets, yes, secrets that involve you specifically. You specifically. What? So my brain wanted to read that as what hat? Ha, yes, 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 yes. Indeed. Indeedly do. It's gonna be great. I don't even have to ask if you're gonna enjoy it. I know you will, but you know. But I found an artist to do art of you with me. Inception. Artistception. That is kind of crazy though. Oh man, I have questions. Do they need references? Oh shoot. That came out with the keycap, which I think I was pulling on it too hard. But none of the pins are bent, so I'm not gonna complain. Okay, just these last 5. Oh, 6. I missed the F1. Eventually, yes, I'm gonna have to like sneakily ask you a thing. You know, I have legitimately a Google Drive with my references in it for anyone who's interested in doing art. So I can just link you that. It's all in conveniently in one place. My graphical organizer is on there too, so it has like colors I associate with, you know, my brand and whatever. So it's all there. I'll just link it to you, so you don't have to tell me which thing you need. You can just do whatever. It's sad because I am still waiting for my official reference sheet. The artist is doing things and going through things, so they just have not had time to work on it. Okay, let's see. Oh god. Oh, you know, I'll pull the switches out first. Yeah. This is the most tedious part, not gonna lie, pulling the switches out. I'm sure that there's like a really witty joke in there somewhere, but this actually is just tedious, so I don't have the heart to make it. We're just gonna do our best today. Panda, if you're still here, I don't know your Discord. I followed you on Twitter, but I can't DM you to give you my... I can send it at some point if Panda's not here. Crap. I know Panda had to lock down her security somewhat recently because some things had happened in terms of sneaky people online doing bad things. Where did that switch go? I didn't hear it fall on the ground, so it couldn't be there. Did I drop it into my drawer? Maybe. Yep, that's exactly what happened. Okay. I could tell by the sound of the kerplunk. Get in there where you're supposed to be. Oh god. This just doesn't want to settle on the inside of the switch. Can I get in there though? No? Okay, there we go. But yeah, if Panda is gone, I'll give you Panda's Discord so you can add them. I'm sorry, I'm concentrating on doing this like quickly. Unrelated specifically to this, I've been looking at my VODs and I realized that I definitely want to do more just chatting streams. The problem being that, like, time constraints, I'm always like, let's just get straight to the point so we can like maximize our time doing the thing that I'm supposed to be doing this stream. So I don't always have a lot of time to chat before and after the way I used to. Builds take like 3 hours, man. For 3 hours is a long time. For some people have a hard time streaming for like 4 or 5 hours. I'm perfectly fine doing that. But 3 hours strikes me as a while to watch. Like, as a person who watches streams, it strikes me as a while to watch. So I try to keep my streams, usually, not always, around 3 or 4 hours, just in case someone's going through the VOD and like that's the way that they're consuming my content. I'm sure that there are people out there that don't mind watching like super long streams, like for charity streams and stuff. I enjoy longer type content. But you know, it's hard to gauge what people like. I will literally watch a full 24 hours of Lumi doing literally. Zeb, you are so sweet. I'm sorry, I think my voice got a little huskier than I meant it to. Okay, so I don't know if Kurisu is still in chat, but you were saying that you prefer for my gain to be up higher. Yep, devastation. Okay. Maybe for next stream, I'll try having my default gain up a bit higher. I'll try to mess around with my filters and stuff and see how that works. I am curious to, I mean, like, it's hard to tell like what people sound like on different devices and stuff. But yeah, I'm interested in playing around with that. So maybe next stream so I'm at like plus, like my gain is set to like between 5 and 6. So normally when I do sound tests, I go up to 7 or between 7 and 8 on the dial. Just to give you an idea of like my settings. I was fiddling around with some EQ at some point to add a little oomph to my voice, but I haven't perfected it, so I'm not using it right now. To me, it's easier to turn volume down lower as opposed to trying to go past max level. No, it definitely is. It's just, you know, every device is different. And like I said, when I'm listening back to my streams on my own devices, I don't have those issues of things being too quiet. And I have not quite heard any complaints from anyone else either, but use case could definitely be different. Maybe for someone else, lower is better because they're like, they have me in the background, or, you know, like, you never know. So it's hard to tell. For me, it's just a matter of being able to like control what comes through the mic. I have a cat that meows very loudly. And then, you know, upstairs neighbors and stuff like that. So it's hard balancing, you know, like the gain with the, let's like get technical for a second, the gain with the like noise cancellation. But we'll see. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay. Wow, that was a lot. Are the pins bent? They are not. Good, 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 good. This isn't a complaint by any stretch, just a preference. I've noticed that streamers' levels are pretty much all over the place. Well, yeah, I imagine that using different machines and equipment would produce that kind of result. But I do agree with you. It is easier to turn something down than to have to try to go like beyond max and like max out your equipment. I tend to keep my player volume around 50 to 60 and adjust as necessary. Okay. So when you're watching me, so like right now, what do you have it on? Is it like on max? Oh shoot, that is not coming out great. Okay. We got it, guys. We got everything out. All right, let me perform a feat of strength to lift this bitch up. Okay. And I can already tell the feet are like fighting to stay in place. Yep, they sure are. Not that it matters. I have to take them off anyway so I can take this apart. Which is why they didn't want adhesives, because then you'd have to fuss with the adhesive to get everything. So let's move this. Okay, here we go. Not today. No, I've had to turn you up to max before though. Right now you're around 60%. Oh, well, I mean, I have been adjusting my audio levels. I kind of have been trying to find the sweet spot, but right now this seems to be fine. So I guess if you come to another stream, you'll have to let me know when you would turn it up past that. Because I don't really alter my levels once I've found something that I feel works. So like the settings that you're hearing right now have been the settings on my stream for maybe the past 3 or 4 streams. I'm glad they don't rely on adhesive. Yeah. It depends on the design, right? Sometimes you can, but this, because of the L-shaped brackets, it wouldn't make sense to. I think I've figured out for the most part my audio though. I don't mind playing around with the gain to get a little bit of loudness, but I think I've got my actual mic settings and stuff done the way I want. So come on. There we go. Come on. I did take the screw out of that one, right? Yeah, I'm not crazy. It's like so close, but it's giving me troubles. No. It really doesn't want to come out. Maybe if I flip it? I think if I flip it, it'll come on. Yeah, there we go. So no Lumi breathing and heartbeat ASMR then? Damn. Don't you need like a special device to do that? Okay, here we go. Alrighty. Shit. Oh no. Oh no, I hit the weight on my drawer. Oh, it's fine. I hit the bottom side. Okay. Is breathing ASMR like a thing? So I know that people enjoy like seeing your heart rate, right? To know if you're scared or lying or whatever. But it's like, is that like a thing? outside of just like functionally knowing if you're scared shitless or not. I don't really pay attention to my own breathing, so I can't really say that I think it would be a good noise, you know what I mean? You would have to ask Lemon. I was not paying attention until someone said heartbeat ASMR. Hi, it's me. I won it. I'm here. I see. Okay. Okay. I know that Vox sometimes does heartbeat ASMR. But it's very specifically because people asked. All right, here we go. So we're gonna take this apart. I don't have to take the whole thing apart, just this part. Okay. And then we're gonna take our installation out. Yeah, I mean, the foam is here between... It is there. There's padding on the space bar. So my guess is that the foam would have to make that difference, I guess. I think to get the foam on there, I would have to like actually take the stabilizers out. I'm very sure I have to do that. Some people put the mic against their chest, others use a stethoscope. Interesting. I don't know how I would arrange that with my mic, is the thing. That's the thing for me. I don't know how I would arrange it with my mic. You're gonna put in all the foam layers then? Maybe. I feel like the rest of the board is fine. It's just the space bar for me that doesn't make sense. So I'm not sure. Perhaps. I could use the different bottom foam. They gave us this full one that does not have the hot swap cut on it. So that might help consolidate some of the sound too. Now the question is, can I get this on? Yeah, that's tough. Nah, I gotta actually take the stabilizers out, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate, but I'm down to do it anyway. We're gonna finish the job. So yeah, I think I am gonna put in all the foam layers. The bottom case layer I can kind of fuck around with because all I have to do is take the back off of the keyboard to replace that. That's not a big deal. So we'll try the full thing without the hot swap cut and see how that affects things. Maybe we'll see. The rattling on that, on the space bar though, I don't know about that, man. That's crazy. Like, it's not just the metal sound of the case. It is very specifically also the rattling. So maybe I did not assemble that correctly. It seemed pretty balanced to me when I had it on the flat surface, but maybe I switched it around or something without knowing or paying attention. So let's see if I can I get this actually out of the freaking... Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're gonna turn it this way. There we go. Oh, that came out with it. We don't want that part, just the wire. All right, here we go. So the best I can do is just... I'm gonna poke it. Yeah, it's kind of sticky. All right, let me wipe this off of it, and then I'll just re-lube them. Because it's just the wires. I've done the housings already. That's fine. Okay. That's slightly tappy, but I did actually flip it over. So let's try the original side. It is like very slight. It does exist, but it's like very slight. Let's see if I can look at it. Illumi, you distracted me with the mere thought of your heartbeat, and the boss snapped me in half like a glow stick, but not even affectionately. Oh, not affectionately. Okay, listen. No, man. That is very, 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 very straight. Like, whatever bend there could possibly be needed is like literally the slightest thing in existence. Oh my god. Stop slipping and sliding. Yeah, that is like silent. That's like silent. So I'll re-lube this, but this is kind of nuts and it's unnecessary. It shouldn't be rattling like that, so my guess is it has to be the... I mean, the only other thing I can think of is that I need to put the stabilizer pads underneath, but I don't think so, honestly. I don't want more dampening on this board. I want less dampening. I want like more prominent sounds. I think that the flex cuts are making the sound a little thin. It was kind of a trend to put flex cuts on things to make the board more flexible, but it's not really necessary, you know? So let's try that again. Oh, fuck. I keep going from the front and not the back. Okay. I'm sorry that I distracted you with the idea of my heartbeat. But maybe we'll figure out how to make it work on stream. The idea of getting like a stethoscope and trying to get the mic to pick up my heartbeat that way is very interesting to me. Okay, so I'm just gonna sit this over here for now because I shouldn't need that anymore. Let's see. Alrighty. I'm gonna double check the stuff that came with my oh yeah, okay. I'll put these down. I can do that. I don't really want more dampening, but there is kind of like a very slight gap between this and the PCB. The stabilizers in the PCB. So these like little pad things should be light enough that maybe they won't affect the sound as much. Help tighten things up a little bit, I think. We'll see. So where are my tweezers? Where did I put them? Literally right back in here? No. So under here? No. They are hiding in plain sight. I know that's what's happening. Oh, here they are. I knowed it. So these are stabilizer pads. Basically, the goal of these is to fill in any type of small space between the stab and the PCB if it exists. And I know that what I should actually do is just take all of these apart and then put these down all at once, but I just wanted to try fitting it here to see how that's gonna go before I do the rest. Okay. Almost. Let me... Oh, that's so close, but not exactly the way I want it. Gosh darn it. It's like leaning over to the left just a little bit. Only towards the bottom, too. Okay. Oh, God. Please let me actually do this without having to do it over again. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust this as carefully as possible. Oh, now it's leaning on the other side, which is the opposite of what I wanted. I just want it to be straight in the middle. God. Okay. That's probably as straight as I'll get. Okay, let me take the rest of these loose, and I will actually use these. So let's go. Let's get it. Oops. Never apologize. Shit like this is genuinely fascinating. Watching me struggle is genuinely fascinating. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I try to show kind of like the short version when I do my builds. I try to prep for my builds as much as possible so that I don't have to do as much back and forth. But normally on your own in this hobby, you're kind of left to your own devices to figure out what works for you. And sometimes you think you know what's going to work and it doesn't quite work the way you want. You have adjustments to make. Like, there are other streamers I know who have rebuilt entire keyboards with different switches, different stabilizers, and different keycaps to get the sound that they want out of that board. Because they put it together the first time and like hated it so much that they couldn't continue to use it. So it's, you know, a natural thing that happens in the hobby. Everything here is about preference. There might be someone that likes that metallic-y type of sound on their spacebar out there, who just isn't me, you know. Oh, frick. You know what I'm thinking? That if I'm putting this on top, then I probably don't need these after all. Because there is going to be a layer between the PCB and the stabilizer. So I actually don't need this. Good job, Lumi. Good job working that out. Okay, so now we're gonna sit this here. And then we're just gonna put everything back on there. I've already recalibrated / checked on the space bar stabs. That's really the only thing I had to do. So everything else is just gonna be putting these back where they are supposed to be. And oh no, you know what? The cutouts actually don't. Frick. The cutouts don't actually cover that. Let me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Frick. I do actually need that. I'm glad I was gentle with it when I pulled it up. Gosh darn it. I thought that the cutouts would not accommodate that, but it's different. It's different. Okay, all right. Let's put the ding dang stabilizer pads on there. And that actually went on better this time than any of the other times I put them on. Great. Go me. I mean, yes, but I wasn't going to say that part. Yeah. You can say that part. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this off the adhesive. It's being particularly difficult. Okay, here we go. Which side is the, oh. Okay. I'm trying to figure out which side is the bigger side and which one is the smaller side. Ugh, I had it right the first time. Second guessed myself. Have you guys ever heard of the southern phrase, fucking up the church's money? When you mess something up, you're fucking up the church's money. Yep, yeah. People that like crafting streams are gonna enjoy this type of stuff. I know I do. I also do. I think it's just, I don't know. It's hard getting out of your own head to think about what other people enjoy versus what you enjoy, you know? Oh, this has to align like super closely because that flex cut is literally right there. Oh no. Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can get that. That's tough. Okay, I think I mostly got it. Let's see. Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to find the right angle so you guys can see what I'm doing and I can also see what I'm doing. I need to quit playing around and hook up that new macro shot camera and see what it is about, you know. Okay. I think that's probably as good as I'm gonna get it. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be an exact science. I'm just a perfectionist and it's really a problem. That's honestly what it is. Or at least I try to convince myself that I'm a perfectionist, you know? Okay, I think we've done everything on this side because there are 3 stabilizers on this side. So let's figure these out. Again, this is like right over the tracers, which worries me, but it's probably fine. Oh God, no, that's so not straight at all. That's, oh God. Oh, that's actually not that bad. It's straight against the tracer. It just optically looks like it's not aligned on the other side. I'm being too mean to myself. I can tell. Okay, where? Nope. A first time hearing it. I mean, I tend to be pretty confident and happy about what I do generally, but you don't want to be so confident that you're not willing to look closely at what's happening, you know, for potential improvement purposes and that kind of thing. Okay. That's basically what it comes down to for me. I do think this needs to be moved over just a little bit. Let's see. I might have to get my spudger out so I don't break anything, but oh no, I got it. Okay. think if one of those tracers came off, I would cry. I would cry. Okay. Slightly better. Slightly better. We'll take it. We'll take it. We take those. I meant the first time hearing the church phrase. Oh, yeah, you've never heard of fucking up the church's money? Yeah, it means you. It just means you messed up big time, basically. You fucked up a good thing. Given that you've revealed on stream that you've spent some time in the South, I am actually shocked that you, of everyone here, has not heard that phrase. Okay, we are almost there. All right. I'm sorry, I'm concentrating on this very, very hard. I really want to make sure that this comes out nice so that I don't have problems later. Let's see. And then we have 2 more at the bottom. It's technically not even the bottom, honestly. It's literally right underneath where we just put some. Okay. Oh no, my tum-tum. It's grum-grum. It's grumbling. How do I tell my tum-tum to stop grumbling because I'm on stream? Okay. Okay, here we go. We've done the things. We've put the stuff in the things. And now, whoops, definitely punched my mic. Never mind me, just assaulting my mic. Okay, so let's turn this over. And we're gonna pick these up and start screwing them back in. I should just make that a catchphrase for my channel, just like, if you like screwing and lubing, come watch my keyboard streams. I would have to change my whole Twitter. I can't get away with lewdsome if I go that far. Okay. We are off to a decent start. Let me take a look at this and see how it's aligned there. It is looking good. And even if I like lift this corner, that sufficiently closes the gap that was underneath the spacebar stab. So I think we're moving in the right direction, which is nice. So hopefully when we, maybe I'll put the bottom case, I'll change the bottom case foam just to see if that helps, because it does include extra padding under the space bar. I do like screwing and lubing, not necessarily in that order most of the time. Oh my gosh. Okay. That stabilizer was having a difficult time, let me tell you. Okay, so let's try to get this thread through the hole it's supposed to be in. It is having a difficult time. I think that the pad was placed a little too high. Let's see. It's so close to actually going in there correctly. But the switch pad is, or I'm sorry, the stabilizer pad is like just slightly too far up. Let's see if I can push it down just a little bit so that that can actually go through. Okay, yes, here we go. We got it. Tinkering hobbies, man, they just take a lot of tinkering. I really hope that putting the thicker foam in the bottom will help with that spacebar sound. Oh, I didn't get the chance to ask because we dived right in. But I am curious about how everyone else's week is. Or has been. Like you all know, I was on a trip. So I didn't really have to encounter a whole lot of foolishness the way I normally do. I did have a couple things at the job that were not great, but nothing so ridiculous that I would like report it. Let's see if I could push this down as well. Okay. All right, there we go. I felt it snap in. Vesper! Hello, hello. Come join me on stream for lots of screwing and lubing for your fingering pleasure. I've done nothing but grind relic weapons. Yes. Your emotes are so cute. Those are very cute emotes. Yeah, so I put this board together earlier, and the TLDR of it is the space bar sounds pretty bad. And I think that it's because I left out some of the foams. One particular foam, actually. So I'm trying to experiment with it by rebuilding it to see if we can get it to sound better. It could also be the switches too. Like, some people have very specific switches that they use for like their spacebar because they really like it. I have considered converting to that particular switch. It's called the Black Cherry Pie. But you can only make it, it's like a Franken switch. So a Franken switch is when you take parts from different switches and put them together. But that requires you to buy 2 different sets of switches, or at least, like some quantity of 2 different types of switches to be able to make it, which is very cost involved. It's cost heavy. With that being said, I am still considering it anyway. And there are a couple stores that have like different switch parts where you can just buy the individual parts instead of having to get the 2 different sets of switches. So there are better options now. Before, there was no other way to do it. But that may also be a part of it. So we'll see how this is sounding when we're done. And I'll have to decide on a course of action from there. Which relic weapons? I know we're talking Final Fantasy. Probably. I spent a few hours customizing a new character in Code Vein because I'm restarting. Oh, very, very nice. All quiet on the Midwestern front. I've just been writing and testing this chatbot. Yeah, I saw your testing command earlier. So I figured you were busy tinkering with your bot. You should honestly, if you can figure out how to do your bot thing, I would definitely consider offering your services to people who are running off of Mac products for stream. Because people do get paid to like create bots for people's chats and stuff. I know this because when I was doing research for how to code my own bot, which is just Nightbot, nothing too fancy. But there are several like GitHubs where people have like their codes and stuff. So it's fairly common from what I've seen. Critically acclaimed, I'm a beat Scarmiglion's ass 14. I have 4 first stages left to go. I wish I spoke this language, but I wish you luck in whatever your endeavors are. Four first stages. Crap. Okay, here we go. We got it. We got it in there. Doing the newest ones? Okay. I would totally have to make this user-friendly in that case. I mean, yeah. But once you figure it out, it would be easier to do that, I think. She's doing the newest ones, I can tell. The newest ones are very easy. Ah, I see, okay. Yeah, I heard that the game was trying to like revisit being friendly to newcomers so that they're not overwhelmed. Destiny has a similar issue, I want to note. Okay, so here is my plate. Is this the right way? Yes. Oh, no, the plate foam first. Platform. Oh, gosh. Okay. So there is the platform on top of the switch. What do we call it? The switch pad. And then we're going to lock this in here. And now we're going to start plugging switches in again. And just making sure they're all in. I'm going to do my anchor ones like I was doing before. I'm actually going to change some of my stabilizer based ones to be some of my anchors. Just because it'll be hard to keep the plate down. I'm hoping that the extra millimeter or so of the switch sheet, the switch pad, whatever you want to call it, will be enough that I don't have to fuss with keeping the plate up like I did the last time. So hopefully this will be a quick and painless process for everyone, including me. Oh, that's not going in the way it should. Yeah, I was gonna say, I can tell that those are bending literally as I'm talking. So let me bend these back. Only one of them bent, so that's good. And then we're gonna line it up. There we go. That's what we want to hear. That nice clickety click, clickety clack, clackety clack. Okay. And it does look like the plate is almost tall enough. I know that some of the gaskets, or at least one of them, has fallen off of the edge of the plate. I will put them on later. They don't have to be on for me to fit the switches in, so. Let me catch up. For now. Okay, yeah, so basically sometimes someone comes up and it's like, hey, you want a shiny weapon? And I'm like, you bet your ass I do. So then I don't sleep for 2 months. Oh no. Yeah, nah, Yoshi P cares about the casual experience. The Scholar and Summoner books are so pretty. And Karisu says, though technically there's no reason this wouldn't run on a Windows machine as well. It's just local JavaScript. Yeah, it makes sense. That's pretty much how I've got mine coded. I just don't know actually anything about JavaScript and only put very simple things together. I don't know how much you can see looking on my command tab. I know you pulled it up earlier from Nightbot, but yeah, it's just mine isn't local. It's hosted, however, still very simple JavaScript that I managed to scrounge together with like the rudimentary, not for real code skills, coding experience. That's what we'll say, that I have. I can attempt to reverse engineer something if it makes sense to me. But that's about it. I have like actually no real knowledge. I'm getting all the relics because I don't know what my main classes are, so I made all of them. Oh my god. I need to grab you, Zeb. My static needs a fill. I also do in fact suck. That's so okay. Listen, this is me when I'm telling people about Destiny. As soon as people find out I play Destiny, they're like, oh, cool. Yeah, I need you like on my team to do XYZ. And I'm like, okay, but wait, no. Please consider that I suck before you start making these kind of decisions. It may not work out well for you. So does my entire I know it's an MMO, so I know that everyone, I mean, you don't have to play with people from what I understand, but most people prefer to play with people. I'm very similar about Destiny. I like to pretend that I don't suck at Destiny too. Dang, you're doing more than me. I don't even pretend. I just tell people straight up, hey, I'll fill in for you if you're doing a raid, but I'm not good. So I don't know if you want that, but figure it out and let me know. Okay. As a dancer, I spend most of my time on the floor. There are so many jokes there. But I understand what you meant. And by on the floor, I mean dead. Yes, I knew what you meant, but I couldn't help it. Fizz ranged. So I assume that's like arrows, or I'm sorry, like archers, maybe long swords. I don't know if long swords would count as ranged weapons. It depends on the system, to be honest. Long swords and short swords are usually different, but I don't know how specific they are. DNC main, I actually for real stay shaking heads. If it's not improv, I don't want it. Fizz ranged is dancer, mechanist, and bard. And then we have guns, bows. Guns! I forgot guns were like a thing in Final Fantasy for some reason. And chakrans, okay, makes sense. Makes sense. For some reason, I don't know, I was just thinking like classic D&D terms, was not thinking of guns, even though you literally can like actually have guns in D&D. I just wasn't thinking about them like at all. Thank you for the education and reminder. Okay. This is actually coming along pretty nice. Things are working out exactly the way I wanted. The extra millimeter or so from the switch pad is definitely helping with keeping these in the correct way. So we're just gonna continue to put these in and hopefully we'll be done soon. And I am gonna put the full bottom case foam in there to just sort of like help with whatever the reverberation may or may not be, instead of the hot swap cut one. So we're gonna go full foam and see if that helps. And if it helps too much, maybe I'll scale it back. Sometimes when people make keyboards, they make it with the foam in mind. Like they tell you that the foams are there specifically because their plan was for you to use all the foams. But there are some people who say, you know, like when they make their keyboards, what they say is, I'm offering foam so that people can adjust to the sound that they want. But the board itself is just made to make the sound it's supposed to make. Without foams or with minimum foam. So it honestly does just depend on the build. And for this one, I'm not entirely sure if they built it around the foam or not. So we will just have to see. It is looking like it is based on the space bar alone. But we'll see what the improvement is. And then have like a different type of strategy from there, I suppose. Okay. When the gaskets come off, I'm just gonna let them come off. The gun and best waifu in the game. I really like that Final Fantasy XIV has sort of its own world building properties. It's really easy. They make it really easy to get lost in the game and just literally not have to do anything else outside of play Final Fantasy. People RP there. You can customize your character there. You can have like a little house and stuff. It's very, very easy to just sort of like do all of your creative things there. Also, I support people like linking up to find friendlies to play with. I think if I didn't have friends to play Destiny with either game, I wouldn't have made it this far in playing it. Sometimes the user experience is made a lot better with that sort of companionship. I don't think people realize the big difference that it makes. We're starting either the old tier or new tier after Destiny hype ends. Makes sense. Because some people do actually manage to play more than one game at once. I don't know how, with what energy, you know, but... We got some cool new races in this expansion of Destiny, by the way. I just want to say that. That's really cool. We have like Neptunians now. And they have a very interesting looking, very like futuristic planet city sort of thing going on. Apparently when danger happens, they upload their consciousnesses into a mega computer so that they can protect their bodies like in bunkers or something while there's crises going on, which is a very interesting concept. So they have like very lightly projected non-physical forms where you can sort of see how people, you can see that there are people around, but they exist mostly in a digital space. So they're only kind of like projecting the vague, I don't know, light silhouette of a person instead of you interacting with them. And if you interact with certain terminals that are like fully hologram, you can get them to actually pop up so you can see them in full. Are they hot? Can I play them? You cannot play them, but I think they're definitely hot. The ones that we're interacting with are like basically guardians, but for the Neptunians. So basically, if you volunteer for military duty, they get you like a really jacked, super augmented physical vessel to be in. But because they jack you up so hard to make you like a competent guardian for the planet, the consequence of that is they only live for 10 years. Thick dive save lives. I did not drop that on the floor. Great. So we get to meet some of these, they're called like Cloud Striders. That's what the protectors are called. And they do look pretty hot. You can't play them though. Our off tank and shield healer are in Destiny throws, right? Yeah. Damn, sign me the fuck up, baby. And also, I know that people on the general internet are going to complain about this, but because they are in such heavily augmented forms, they have different preferences on pronouns. So like the main person that you're working with goes by they pronouns. And they don't really make like a big deal out of it, obviously. It's just sort of like present, but you know, super cool. They're in like a body that's not their original, that was made specifically to protect their town, city, land. So it's not really built specifically for gendered consumption, and that's reflected in the story. I suppose it could be seen as pandering, but I don't think it is. I think that it makes sense given the actual story and form. Like, makes sense. To me anyway. I think it makes sense. Also, the story in Destiny is getting like really, really real at this point. We're definitely in like final chapter territory. So I don't know if there's going to be like a Destiny 3 or if they're going to close it out and work on some other project. But we'll have to see. I am missing some switches. Where have my other switches gone? Not me using my camera to look and see if I can find out where those switches went. Okay, I'm missing two baby switches. Oh, okay. So here's one, and there is the other. Fantastic. Okay, now really quick, I'm gonna put these gaskets on, and I am gonna put the spacebar on to see if I can tell. I mean, I probably won't until I put it in the case, but I'm gonna check and see anyway if I can hear a difference in just on the PCB. We're missing one more ooey gooey gummy gasket. Where's my last gasket? I assume I just knocked it over somewhere, or it's under here. Nope. So goodness, where did it go? It's just that one more gasket. Did it come off in the actual case? That is an important question. Yep, it sure did. Came off in the actual case. Aren't I good? I'm good. Okay. So really quick, let's just put this on. I just want to see what it sounds like. Yeah, it's definitely the case that's making the difference here. So, frick, we'll have to see. Okay. Okay. Let me make sure all of these are on correctly. Everything is fitting into the case the way it's supposed to. Oh, frick. And then I'm not just literally pushing everything out of place. As you do, like you do. Okay. So let me stick this cord in here. Come on. Get in there. Oh my God. I know I turned it around the last time, but I might actually have to do that again. Oh, no. Okay, I got it. Cool. Okay. So now we get this bottom foam. And I am just going to use I think it's the same amount of thickness, honestly. Let's check and see. That is the switch pad. Hang on a second, guys. I'm glad that I checked. So apparently the hotswap cut is actually thicker than this one by 1 whole millimeter, supposedly. But I don't know. This material, maybe it's the material. I'm gonna try this anyway, because it says that this is only 1 millimeter, but it definitely feels like it's more than that. Oh, there's 2 of them. I see. Okay. Oh, frick. I forgot I have to. Okay. So there is only 1 millimeter of this. However, there's 2 of them. So I'm definitely gonna sit this here and see if not having the cuts for the hot swap sockets makes a difference. Because that's basically the part I want to know. All right, here we go. And there's so much space on the sides. That's crazy. All right, here we go. This is basically the moment of truth. I guess I could technically do like all 3 layers of foam, but I don't want to do that. I don't think we need to do that. Okay, the bat has to go night-night. I hope the rest of the build goes all right. Thank you. I hope so too. I think we're gonna figure it out. It just takes a little time. Okay, I'm gonna lay this flat and try out this. Oh, that's so much better. You can hear the difference. Now, I'm not sure if that's because of the case foam or if that's because of the switch pad. But either way, I will take it. That is a much better space bar than we had before. So we're gonna run with it. That's what I'm gonna tell you. We're gonna run with it. This was very likely just designed around the foams. And I assumed that it was not, and I was probably wrong. So let's go ahead and, whoops, screw these back in, because I have a feeling this is going to be good already. Oh, wrong screwdriver head. Where is the hex one? There we go. I forgot the last thing I did was stabs. Okay. I am so stoked. I think this is gonna be awesome. Okay, we are at the end of the road. I think we're gonna have a decent sound with the extra foam in. Okay, just a few screws left now. Then we can start putting keycaps on. And then we'll be there. I think this is gonna be like it. This is gonna be, like, I can hear it already in the space bar that it's a lot better than before. So I am very excited. Ugh. What I'm not excited about is how heavy this thing is, because, like, my gosh. Okay. So now, well, let me just grab these. Oh, shoot. No. I didn't put the things in. Y'all just gonna let me do that to myself and, like, not even just put the screw in without settling in either of the L-shaped clasps? Y'all just gonna do me like that? Just gonna straight up watch me make a fool of myself? There are so many jokes I just have not made. Make the jokes. Make them. So let's put the feet on. Okay. This should be it on this side. Okay, there we go. Okay. And I think this is it for this one. Okay. Whew. It's possible that maybe some of the foams were misaligned or something, and that putting it back together just made it better. Sometimes you just have to take it apart. That sounds so much better. Oh my god, there's so much less metallicness. It is still there, but it's significantly dampened. Oh, that's so much better though. That is so much entirely better. Let me put away some of my tools, because I don't think I'll be needing them. Okay. Yeah, that's so much better. That is so much better. Yay, foam, yes. I'm not sure if it was user error, like I didn't have things aligned correctly, or if it was the foams like isolating the sound. It could be either one. I didn't really do like a controlled experiment to see, because I don't. What I'm not going to do is rebuild this thing like 4 times. But I am glad that we seem to have a better sort of that gasket is like, it's flexing only just a tiny little bit. It's not really flexing for real though. 1 2 3 4 5. Let's see, colon goes there, this goes here. But yeah, much better, so much better. F3. This is the left arrow. P. F6. Have we had a hydration check? Yeah, A440. Yeah, we're still going. We solved the spacebar problem. Hydration, here we go. Tea? I've been hydrating a bit, but I haven't recently. So thank you so much for the hydrate. Oh, I'm proud of you. Thank you. Sometimes it just takes fiddling with things to get it to go well, you know. I don't want my streams to just be like dragging on, but at the same time, it actually does just take time to configure a board to be how you like it. I know people that try boards with all different types of regular configurations, with foam, without layers of foam. It takes time to do all of that, but it's easy to know what you like better once you've heard things, or it's easy to know what you can correct and fix once you've actually paid attention. H U, wait, yeah, okay. F12, K, pause goes up here, F8, question mark, oh no, S, D. Yeah, it definitely improves the loudness of this too. I think that the flex cuts make this PCB sound very thin, and when you add the extra foam, it reflects the sound back up so that it's not bouncing within the case. And I think that that helps. Usually PE foam helps with a more quote unquote marbly sort of sound. It adds like a very specific kind of it's a very specific sort of muting. Like it mutes a very specific type of wavelength, and the result of that is you get sort of like a little hint of like a poppy sort of sound in there. Okay, we have alt here. This is caps lock. So we'll put that right there where it belongs. So yeah, I think that we're basically in the clear, honestly. I had this as the backspace here. Yeah, I like that sound so much better. I can't hold you up. All of the keys have a little extra oomph to them. I normally try not to be like a switch pad PE foam girly. Because the thing is, when you have certain types of foams, it changes. So like the material that the foams are made out of and the thickness of the material blocks very specific sound waves. So if you're trying to adjust your keyboard to be a little more like poppy, a little more clacky, a little more loud, depending on, you know, like the make of the board, you can use different types of foams. Now, the downside to doing that is that there's a predictability to which foams do what, which is fine in general, but you have to be careful if you don't want all of your boards to sound the same, basically is what it is. Because since some foams, material and thickness block similar noise frequencies in a similar way, it's very easy for you to get the same sound from every board if you use the same kind of foams. Basically. So you have to be kind of careful with that, unless it's just a sound that you really, really like. But to me, it sort of defeats the purpose to have a variety of keyboards and then have them all like potentially sound the same. That's a little too much for me. Because at that point, it's just like, why do you have them? And I'm not saying that I don't like foam in general. I do actually like foam when it services a board really well. And some boards, I like the original sound augmented by foam more than I like just straight up the original sound. Had a tiny hiccup there really quick. So it basically comes down to knowing what you want. I mean, some people I'm sure have like a million keyboards and they all sound the same because they just want the visual difference theme or something like that. I'm just slightly more discerning than that type of person. That's all. To me, it defeats the purpose, but for someone else, could be the reason why they enjoy their boards, you know? Okay, 9. We are almost done. We are home stretching it right now. Oh, which side does that go on? This one. Page down. We got this extra long shift. It's been so long since I've had a board that had a full-sized right shift. I forgot that the right shift is actually as long as it is. Interesting. Okay, doesn't make making sure everything is pushed down the way it's supposed to be. Okay. And then once we do this, we're gonna test it and do a second sound test. And then I'll call it a night. So suffice it to say, I won't be posting the sound test literally today. It'll probably be later on today because it is the next day, quote unquote, after midnight. Okay. A second one for free? Yes, of course. Okay, here we go. Let's pause. And we're gonna turn the gain up like we normally do. Alrighty, so here we go. We're gonna do modifiers first, and then a little short typing test thing. Let me move my mic just a little bit. Yeah, you can still hear it though. Yeah, so you can totally still hear the metallic nature of this. I think it's got to do with how it's hitting against this plate here maybe. But this makes me wonder if I can put some adhesive foam in this space bar to dampen that sound a little bit. I might be able to. But I do think it sounds way better. It's not as harsh. It's still there though, still very metallic. Give me just 1 second, because I want to try to see if I have any adhesive foam that I can put in this bar. Let me start the music back again real quick. And I'm gonna go to the BRB screen while I try to look for in some of my like modding, some of my modding tools to see. Oh, whoops, my gain is still high. There we go. I'm gonna look at some of my modding tools to see if I can find some foam that I can put specifically in this space bar. There's just a little bit of ticking, which is very frustrating because I definitely test it. It's so, oh my God, so frustrating. Okay, but it is way better. So give me just a second. I will be right back. Alrighty, so good news and bad news. The bad news is that I cannot for the life of me find my usual mod foam. I may have gotten rid of it. However, I was able to find these extra gaskets from a different build that went unused for quite a while. And I can probably cut these up and put them on the inside to isolate some of the sounds. So we're gonna try doing that and see if that helps. We are truly modding and rigging today. Now what I can tell you is that this board definitely costs too much for me to be modding it like this. But that be how it is. That is how it be. So we're gonna start by sliding this. Let's see. Usually, you know, I'll cut some of that because I need this to be a little shorter. I'm gonna cut this side first. And then we're gonna line this up right here and see how much of it we need. I think we only need maybe this much. Nope, that's still actually a little too much. I just didn't want to go all the way down just in case. So, yes, okay. I may also attempt to change the spacebar switch to see if that will also help as well. Because I would rather do that. We'll see. We'll try a couple things. I'll do this first, and then if it's not working, we'll also try swapping out the switch. Okay, so this is gonna be shorter. So at this point, I'm just lining up these gaskets with what's here. My goal is to try to isolate the sound. The ticking I can't do as much about without taking the board apart to work on the stabilizers again. But I did actually test the stabilizers and they seemed fine. So I'm not, like, the wire itself seemed fine. So I might have to investigate the housing or something. Swap a couple things around and see. But if I can get that metallic sound, that would be the most helpful. Because there's other things I can do, like stabilizers. Worst case scenario, we can replace, you know, like stabilizers. But the sound of the space bar on this thing is just, I don't know. I am not as big of a fan of it. And it's hard when you're watching other people's videos about a keyboard because you don't really know like what kind of EQ they have or how that affects things. So okay, so we're starting here and okay. This is like truly back to my roots. I don't think I've had to mod a keyboard like this in a long time. Quite honestly. Oh, I see. Okay. Part of the gasket fell down in there, so let me pick that up first. Cool. The adhesive sticking. Okay. So we should be able to just tuck this down in there. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same thing that I just did to this other side here. And hopefully that'll dampen some of the sound. You know what? Let me just... I don't know why I keep pretending I can... It's easier to do this without the tweezers. So here we go. This is this first one right here. Try to get this in as close as possible. Ooh. That's actually very close and very difficult. So let's, there we go. Oh, I see, okay. It keeps turning in the space. Well, that's not what I want. Okay. Okay, and then we're gonna cut it on this end. Maybe around there. I still think that's too long, yeah. What sucks is that if I want any of the other space bars to sound like this, I'll have to repeat this process again, but with the other space bars. Oh my god. Didn't I just tell myself? Stop doing this without the tweezers. Okay. So we're gonna push this up because I feel like it's drooping down a little bit. And then we're gonna put this end literally over here, right here. Oop. And I might be able to get another piece out of this one that I can use. So let's see how this works. I should have cut it down a little more. Tweezers. Let's see. Nah, this needs to be cut down just a tad, tiny little bit more. Oh. Okay. And then I'm gonna crop this just a teensy weensy bit at the end, in the hopes that getting a straight cut is what'll make it fit. Hopefully it's not too short. I don't think it is. Oops. So we're in Mountain Town now, boys. Okay, so we've got these locked in there. Before I potentially add anything else, I want to actually try this the way it is and see. Oof. A little too much, actually, I would say. You can still hear the rattle, but the dampening is like way too much. That's so funny. Okay, so maybe I'll take out these middle pieces. Oh, it's probably that these are too long also. Okay. I am going to take out the middle pieces though, so I can see how that affects things. I think that the pieces are too long, so it's interfering with the down press. I think that's what's happening. So it needs more clearance on all sides. But we'll see. I mean, the foam is dampening. It is doing what it's supposed to do. So there is that. Oh, that's perfect. When in doubt, plug the butt. Yeah, this is true. I do need to actually plug the butt so far as the stabilizers go, but there's this metallic-y sound that's coming from the board. Like the ticking I can fuss with the stabilizers and deal with eventually. But the metallic sound that comes from this plate, that's not something I can do anything about. And it might be the keycaps themselves. Like there might be some clearance interference, but I don't think so. That sounds much better to me. Hang on, I'm gonna turn the gain up a bit. Like, it's still there and the ticking is there, but like I said, I can fuss. I'm sorry, I'm very loud. I can fuss for the ticking. That metal sound that was louder behind there, that I can't fuss with. I'm definitely gonna have to plug the butt on these stabilizers. So to explain what this person means, by the way, for anyone who's watching the VOD later or whatever, plugging the butt is when you add extra lube to the stabilizer housing to make sure that things run a bit smoothly. That wire is very balanced though. I definitely tested it, so plugging the butt is probably what I need to do. It definitely is ticking though. So frustrating. Try flipping the bar. Yeah, sure. That would tell me if there's interference or not, but at this point, I've foamed up the bar, so it's kind of like, it'll only tell me so much at this point. But let's see. No, it's okay. The ticking is still there for obvious reasons. It does sound a little less metallic-y to me this way than the other way. Let me double check. It is a little louder this way, but not noticeably so. I think mostly it's the ticking bothering me now. I don't have my syringe set up for plugging the butt the way I want to. So I'll have to go in there probably with like a heavy brush of BDZ and figure that out. Is it me or does it sound more ticky on the left when you flipped it? No, it's definitely more ticky on the left. This is the side that's ticking. This side is the one that's ticking. It's definitely the left. So it's not just you. However, I can, oh shoot. I got so caught up in doing the sound test and putting the board back together. I didn't even like soundproof my avatar, so my React wasn't just going off. But you know, it is what it is. So I've solved the metallic problem. Putting a little foam in the spacebar did eliminate how metallic-y it sounds. Now I have to deal with the ticking. I'll probably just do that off stream because I'll have to redo the stabilizers or add more lube to the stabilizers. And I might be able to get it done without tearing down the entire build. Not notable, maybe makes sense. Yeah. It's notable that you need a syringe to properly plug the butt tracks. That is usually how you do it though. You usually use a syringe. But this is less obnoxious than it was before, because before it was very shrill. I may also change the switch to something made with a more like solid material. Opaque material switches always sound less shrill to me, so I might be able to get the sound of the space bar to pitch down a little bit. But if I use like a MX Hyperglide switch or something else like that. I don't have any black cherry pie switches on me, so that is what it is. But this is much better than it was when we very first went through it. At least to my ear, this is better. The metallic shrillness isn't all the way up there the way it was before. I'm gonna turn my gain down, sorry. So most of it's fixed. I think if I put a little more lube on this side, maybe it'll be okay. There were also a couple other pieces that came with the stabilizer set. I might have to do like something called the Band-Aid mod. Not the Band-Aid mod, yeah. And we'll have to see if that helps. But for the most part, this does sound more like how I wanted it to sound. It's just the ticking I have to get rid of, which is fairly easy. Okay, so the foam did help with some of the sound, both in the board and in the spacebar in particular. So I feel like we've worked out the worst kink. I'll probably fiddle with this offline to try to get things together for when I do my official sound test. Usually I'll build these on stream, give like a first impression, and then I'll tinker with it and then make notes about what I had to change when I upload the sound test. But everything else, that switch pad did actually help with this overall. It's just the space bar that needs to be changed now. Okay, so I think I will call it here. We're at 5 hours and almost 30 minutes. I'm gonna try to plug the butt. Thank you for the reminder, Clexies. And I'll also just mess around with the stabilizer bar in general and see what we can do. We'll try to figure it out. Okay. Let me... Actually, you know what? It's really late. I don't see any point in going to the just chatting screen. So I am going to end it just literally right here. Thank you for joining me for building this board. I'm glad we were able to fine tune it to work out most of the kinks. The alphas and the modifiers sound much better now. This is a quieter build than I was expecting it to be, with the exception of the spacebar. But we'll fix that, hopefully. And in the next couple days, I'll have the sound test up. It'll be up on YouTube as well. You can find the sound test for builds that I've done after debut on my YouTube. I think there's like 4 or 5 of them now. There's a playlist for them. I'm under the same name there as I am here, Luminous Peak. So if you want to watch those, you can watch those. I've also uploaded those videos here to Twitch. So since you're already here, you can probably go to my like videos and highlights and find them. First impressions on this board, right? It's heavy as fuck, right? Like, let's just start there, right? It's literally heavy as fuck. I can't even, where's the leverage? Crazy. And just as a reminder, this is the Heracles80. Oh God, let me flip it over so you can see that beautiful weight one more time. Gorgeous. There's a couple like pink and purpley shades in there. I'm not sure how well they come off on screen, but this is just gorgeous. Titanium. I love this board. I think it's great. Unfortunate that the quality control had issues with the cloth pigment rubbing off on the board. Very sad about that. But I do actually like this board. With the exception of the spacebar, which is much better now, I actually like how this sounds. It's not the same as anything else that I have, I think. My Mr. Suit, the coffee themed one named Roland, because I named my keyboards, I'm a crazy keyboard lady, sounds a bit different from this. So I'm satisfied with the amount of, I guess, like personality it has, despite having the foam in it, at least for me. And I love these keycaps. This is like the complete build. This was the keycap set that I had planned to just have on here, because I feel like it's a nice continuation of the color gradient that's on the back. Again, this is the Heracles80 with Azure Dragon V2 switches. I've got Wuque Studio stabilizers in here, although I have to fine tune them. And what else? What else was I gonna say? Oh, the typing feel, by the way, that is actually important. It's not very soft. It's supposed to be soft because this is a gasket mount, but I feel like this board is like so dense and heavy. There's no way that the gaskets could really be doing anything. Like, there's not a lot of flex that you get here. It feels not exactly like a top mount, but in the area of a top mount to me. So it's got a firmer typing feel, and that's not a bad thing. I just wanted to note for anyone who's interested in this build that that's what it is. So yes, as a reminder to you guys, for this particular board, the name of this very specific board is Sagaritis, which is a Greek name. I wanted something that sounded similar that had a similar feel to Heracles in terms of the language relation. It looks gorgeous and sounds good. Yeah, I think that the mic might not be picking up the ticking as much, but we'll play around. If I have to take it apart and rebuild it again, I'll definitely do it off stream. I would prefer not to do that, but these are the only like 1.2 millimeter stabilizers that I have, which is crazy. If I have to use anything else, I'll figure it out. So anyway, thank you all for coming to my stream. Thank you all for enjoying Sagaritis and his coming to life. And next time I stream, we'll be playing a little more season. I do have more keyboards to build. I have a Pixel Space capsule and a QK75 to build. But I'm going to try to space those out a little bit. Amazing name for an amazing board. Yes, more season, more scrapbooking simulator. I'm very excited. But okay, again, thanks for joining me. Oh, Clexis, thank you for following. And I will see you guys later. As per usual, remember that you matter and to take care of yourself. Enjoy the tunes on the way out. Bye.